worst bit about it is that they know, well, at least at that point, they no longer do viewing standard.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, to those of you watching on the Alpha live stream. Welcome to live coverage of round 6 of this year's Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. My name is Andrew Mather. I'll be your commentator throughout today's racing here from Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorset. It is a beautiful day here at a classic circuit on the SuperOne calendar, 815 metres in length, 6 turns. Looks easy on a map, but it's very, very tricky. And it's going to be a hot day for the drivers as well. That's going to make things challenging in terms of tyre management and also body management, keeping yourself fit through the course of 2 heats and a final for each of our classes. But it is time. Things are underway here at Clay Pigeon. The first race of the day is heading out on circuit. The first heat of Bambino C50 is next. So the first heat of the day, Bambino C50 is our youngest set of drivers. Let's have a look at their grid, which was determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Harry Chapman has pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀. 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍, yesterday's final winner in round 5, starts on row 2 alongside 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗀. Joshua Bailey and Ollie West form up row 3. Noah Smith is on row 4. Joining him there is 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀, who had a best result of the season so far yesterday in the final, finished 3rd. 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗀 and Jack Daniels are there on row 5. Jesse Bailey and Albie J. Stubbs form up row number 6. Elliot Payne and Louis Wilson start on row 7. Then it's Ernie Wade and Ethan Pearson on row 8. Mickey Gonzalez and Mason Hibbett have work to do from row number 9. Mason Muncher and Logan Hodgetts on row 10. Away we go then for the first race of the day here then in the Bambino C50s. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers to contend with, as Harry Chapman goes into turn 1, leads away from the number 66 of 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗍𝗍𝗀. Ollie West and 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗀 there on row number 2, heading down into the hairpin for the first time. All looking pretty steady at the moment. Very good conditions here today at Clay Pigeon. From my experience here, it's either one of two things. It's like this, it's very hot, or it's very rainy. Either way, it's a challenge for the drivers. It's going to be physical today. There's drivers who have already done a full day's worth of racing. And they've got another one underway here, going around the outside there. I think was the number 77 of Ethan Pearson. But over the line to finish lap 1, it's Chapman for Biggs, Pooley, Smith, Scher, Algar, Bailey, Daniels, Stubbs and Payne. That is your top 10 with 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. So our drivers in the C50 Bambinos, our youngest drivers out there, can compete in this championship from the year of their 6th birthday. Which may mean we have some drivers who have not quite hit their 6th birthday yet. A great proving ground, learning environment for these drivers embarking on their racing careers. And Harry Chapman, who's had some good results so far this season, has had a couple of final victories so far. We'll be looking to improve on yesterday's performances. Finished 7th, 1st and 4th across the course of the 2 heats and the longer race final, which you'll be able to see the round 6 version of the final later on this afternoon. He's been joined now by a group of 4 drivers, you'd say, with 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 looking to make it 5 at the moment. And this group does include yesterday's winner and current championship leader 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗀. There he is in the number 31 kart. The green details on the kart, 3rd in line at the moment. This race already getting into a rhythm. Looking a little bit further down the order, who's gained a good number of positions. Well, I can see that Logan Hodgetts gained 4 positions on the last lap, which was good for Logan. Still as you were, 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗀 looking to the inside though, going for 2nd place and gets by past 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗀. Good move there on the approach to the S's. Got to be very brave and hook it to the inside through that corner. Stay committed as you take the quick right and then the quick left very difficult to go side by side through that portion of the circuit, especially even in these C50s, which are the smallest machines that we'll see here today. Less than 4 minutes on the clock then. Harry Chapman still leading this race. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍 will be scored up to second place in a short moment's time. Noah Smith still there in fourth place. The fastest lap of the race from 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍, 49.188. Yesterday for 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍, third, second and first across the three races that Rex competed in. Built into the day, had a lot of good work and scraps with 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗀. Where is Henry at the moment? He's down in sixth place. Not too bad. There'll be more points coming in, and I think that's going to be a focus for many of the drivers today. Once we've got to the end of this meeting, we will be at the halfway stage of the season. Drivers will be thinking about championship chances and permutations and all of that business, and are not going to be using up dropped scores at this stage of the season, so good consistent point scoring very much is the order of the day. Meanwhile, 2.5 minutes to go in this first race of the day. Still Harry Chapman leading from 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍, Toby Biggs in third, Noah Smith in fourth place. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 trying really hard there in fifth place, took a great podium overall yesterday and was the top rookie performer. Smith just looked to the outside of Biggs there as they go through the horseshoe and through this fast right-hander named after this circuit's most famous son, 2009 Formula 1 World Champion Jenson Buttons. That's the right-hander of Buttons. Lap times at the moment looking good. 49s and 50-point-somethings for the majority of the field. As Chapman and 𝗄𝗍𝗍 continue at this stage to work together. This is the standard fare in one of these C50 Bambino races. Two drivers to just work together, deliberately not battle at the moment. You can see 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗍 just looking over his shoulder there, trying to see where the competition is, because if you're in 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗍's seat at the moment, what you want to do is push Harry Chapman and yourself off the front of the pack, consolidate at least second place for the latter stages of this race, not have to worry about third and fourth potentially getting through if 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗍 goes for a move here down into Billy's blind. Fantastic corner. It looked like Noah Smith was down the inside of Toby Biggs there, going for third place as they go through the S's now. And yes, 66. A couple of changes further down the order. I can see that Ollie West has gained 2 positions on the last lap. He's up to 11th spot. Unfortunately for Jesse Bailey, down 3. Overtaken by Louis Wilson and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 Stubbs as well. 30 seconds to go. So we should have 2 more laps here. Time will tick over on this next tour of the circuit, and then they'll see the last lap board. So Chapman still leads from 𝗄𝗍𝗍𝗍, who's yet to strike. Slightly defensive line there from Noah Smith. You'll also note on your timing screens, if you're looking at live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne at home, that Noah Smith is the fastest and the top rookie at the moment. So the rookie class, a sub-competition within this C50 Bambino class, and it's the same in all the other classes as well. And it's given to the driver highest positioned of those who've not competed in SuperOne before the start of the 2023 season. We're coming round to go on to the final lap. Still Chapman doing a great job at the front of this field. Been in his position several times so far this season. We know he can see these races home. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗍's looking for a line down the inside. Is he down the inside? Yes, he is, and he's got through into the S's. So it's the last lap on the approach to the S's where 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗍 decides he wants to go for it. Very similar move to what we saw earlier in the race on Toby Biggs, but look how quickly Smith and Biggs have closed in here. Chapman looking to the outside. He's going to have to hold it a long way around the outside there and have the inside potentially for Buttons. Has he got the inside for Buttons? He has! Oh, wonderful stuff from Harry Chapman. Very brave indeed. And here comes Noah Smith as well. To the line then. This is going to be very close between these four drivers. Can Harry Chapman hold on? I think he can. A great result for Harry Chapman. Toby Biggs takes second place, got by Noah Smith and Rex Pooley at the end. It is an equaling best result of the year so far for Toby Biggs. His second place of the season, and what a finish that was. Harry Chapman did not give that one up at all and takes yet another heat victory. It's actually his first victory in a heat. Sorry, I was reading the wrong line there. Of course, it's his first heat win since yesterday. But Harry Chapman takes the win by less than a tenth of a second ahead of Toby Biggs. Noah Smith third, Rex Pooley fourth, but it's more good points yet again for the championship leader. Another strong result for 𝗦𝗍cie there in fifth. Henry Algar sixth, Jack Daniels seventh, moved up a couple of spots across the course of the 8 or 9 minutes that we saw of running there. Joshua Bailey in 8th, Mason Hibbert 9th, Ollie West 10th, Albie J. Stubbs 11th, Ernie Wade 12th, Elliot Payne 13th, Louis Wilson in 14th, Jesse Bailey, Logan Hodgetts, Ethan Pearson, Ronnie Kempton, Simon Kalman, and Arlo Atkinson complete the top 20. Then it was Miki Gonzalez, Benjamin Schliever, Oliver Daniels, and Mason Muncher finishing the 24 runners there in 𝗻𝗁𝐶 C50. Well, a very entertaining start to the day here at Clay Pigeon. That is just what we wanted at the start of things here today. Next race out on circuit is the first appearance in a racing capacity today for Honda Cadet 200. So, Honda Cadet continuing with their season. I can see them to my right in the commentary zone, ready to go out on circuit. Here is their grid. Max Taddy, championship leader and yesterday's final winner, starts on pole position for Ambition Motorsport. Jensen Walker for Cutting Edge Racing is alongside on the front row. Kean Sullivan has a good chance there from row 2 and is joined by Connor J. Winfield in 4th place. Tommy Climo and Isla Parsons, Isla being yesterday's Girl Power Award winner, start on row 3. Charlie White and George Climo due there on row 4. They did set faster lap times but were disqualified from qualifying for irregularities. Apologies, we haven't got too much information in the box on what those were. No we do. They were underweight. So fairly straightforward one there for George Climo and Charlie White. Were underweight in post-qualifying scrutineering. That is why they are starting on the 4th row of the grid. I think I will take an opportunity now to say a proper good morning to everybody in the chat. Hello to Keely Parsons. Good luck to all racing with Team Passion Karting. And we did have a chance yesterday to talk to Isla Parsons, our Girl Power Award winner from yesterday. It is one of the best interviews we've done this year. I'm going to say that right now. It was very good fun. And Isla was in good spirits, so best of luck to everyone there in the Passion Karting team today. Hello to Michael Burke, a regular here on Alpha Live. It's 8 p.m. In Bathurst, Australia. So he's saying good evening to us for that very reason. Great to have you on board once again, Michael. Tom Butterworth is here as well. Good morning, mate. He's getting ready for a big trip next week, and you can follow at @MM for a few details on what that's going to be all about. Hello to Will Blackshaw. Best of luck to Ethan Pearson, who we saw in the previous race, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we did. The Pooley family as well, cheering on Rex. Another 4th place. Good, more solid points. In fact, Rex has not finished any lower than 4th in any race so far this year. It's been a very, very good first half of the season. Lucy Beamish, Inter. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your continued support. And if you can share the stream with your family and friends, that would be fantastic. So, Honda Cadets out on circuit for their formation laps. 5 rounds of the championship completed. Here is your order in the championships. Max Taddy leads Jensen Walker is now up to second place, Cian Sullivan in third, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 in fourth place, George Clymo and Tommy Clymo fifth and sixth, and then Isla Parsons, the last of those who's done every single round so far this year and is in seventh place in the title standings. We spoke to Max as well yesterday as the drivers come to form up the standing starts grid. The interviews from yesterday you can see over on the SuperOne Series Facebook page. Ready to go here in Honda Cadet for the first race of the day, and away we go. And a very good start for Jensen Walker there from P2 on the grid. Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍 trying to get across, but has held the inside line initially. Switched back by Walker straight away. My goodness me, the racing on the first lap as if it's the final lap of the race, but that was well dealt with by both 𝗬𝗍𝗍 and Walker. They had a scrap, but crucially, they've held on to their respective positions from the grid. Rest of the field filing through then. Look out for Cian Sullivan in the number 26, the dark blue suit, the orange and black helmet, was running very well yesterday. Over start finish then. 6¼ minutes to go, and that was a really strong second half of the first lap by Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍. He was able to pull out 0.4 of a second. It's not the longest lap that we will complete this season in SuperOne, but lots of fast corners. The long, flat-out section from the final corner to Billy's Blind. It's a power circuit. You need good engines. You need good setup and top line straight line speed. What it does mean as well is that it's very, very difficult for a solo driver to break away at the front of the field. Slipstream can be quite powerful here, but at the moment Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍 is doing the business. That was a 40.708 last time around, which was quicker than the rest of the competition. There is Charlie White trying to find a way through there in the number 12. Through the hairpin they go. Looks like 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 𝗦𝗽𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 has got ahead of Cian Sullivan there for third place. Jensen Walker starting to come back at Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 now. First driver to break down, well actually no, sorry, the only driver on that last lap to be under the 41 second margin was Jensen Walker. So he just chips away at the lead by 1/10 of a second there. Won't be panic stations at the moment though for Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀. Some great races yesterday. Had to do a bit of a different job to what we saw at Rowrah about a month ago in the round 5 final in particular yesterday. Had to fight through the pack. Had to do some overtaking and did it so very, very well to take the final victory. Over the start-finish line once again. Good response there from 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀, back down into the 40-point-somethings, the 40.988. But Jensen Walker quicker again and is pulling down the gap to around 1/4 of a second now. Changes position further back. Cian Sullivan has got past 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 for fourth place, and there's also been a move by Charlie White to get past Tommy Clymo there for sixth spot. Race getting into a rhythm as we saw with the C50s then. This is your fight for third place between Sullivan and Winfield. 3 minutes 20 on the clock now. We've seen some good Sunday runs from 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Winfield in front of the Alpha Live cameras previously in this season of Purgo SuperOne for Honda Cadet. In a good position yet again here. Keep fighting for that third place. Something happened last lap for Jensen Walker. Lost half a second on the last lap, but has come back, done another 41.2. Lead gap for 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 now up to 0.9 of a second. slide there through Billy's blind by 𝗦𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀. Here's your fight for 5th place. 𝗦𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the number 83. And Charlie White in the number 12. Filing through the horseshoe. Just a tough corner. Hard on the tyres. You have to try and keep in quite tight as well to make sure that you open the line up for the next corner. But it's a very crucial run from the horseshoe to that final turn through those two right-handers to make sure that you've got good straight line speed down the pit straight. It's not really a straight here at Clay Pigeon because it's constantly curving, and then it's got quite a significant curve in the middle of it, but it is flat out. Less than 2 minutes on the clock now. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗏 has just set a new personal best of the race so far, 43.908, so good work there from Isla. Charlie White looking for a way past 𝗦𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 there, and I think there was side-by-side as well for 3rd place, just out the corner of my eye between Sullivan and Winfield. Charlie White has to think about it, wearing the replica Lewis Hamilton helmet there. So our cadets doing a really good job at the moment. Update on the lead situation. Jensen Walker was quicker last time around than 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗃. But the good news for the driver from Scotland is that the lead is still a good one. 0.85 of a second last time around for 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏 back to Walker. Time ticking on now. I think we might actually have 3 more laps here. Yeah, because we've got a good number of seconds on the clock. I think 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏 will come back around next time around. Probably about 3 or 4 seconds remaining on the clock. Battle still going on between Climo and White there for 5th spot of the 8 drivers out there on circuit. 20 seconds to go. Sullivan looking comfortable ahead of Winfield there for 3rd place. Doesn't need to think too much about defending right now. Now here's the moment of truth. Are we going to see the last lap board on this lap or the next one? It's going to be the next one. And yes, 4 seconds on the clock for the number 4 in the lead of this race by around 0.9 of a second. It's stayed around there for the last few laps. So 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏 looking relaxed at the wheel. Just trying to get into a little bit of an aerodynamic position on the run down to the hairpin. The camera doesn't show it perhaps as much as you feel it in the kart. There's a little dip downwards just as you approach the braking zone of the hairpin. Another one of those corners that on a map looks relatively simple, but I can tell you from experience it is not. There's 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗏 just going through shot in 8th place at the moment. On to the final lap then for the championship leader. And if 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗏 can get around this next lap, it's going to be a 4th win on a Sunday in a row because he took a clean sweep last time. Through the next couple of corners they go. And this is going to be another relatively routine victory, you have to say, for 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗏. He really is putting in quite a performance across the course of this season. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗏 is going to take heat number 1 today here at Clay Pigeon. Across the line there, Jensen Walker in 2nd place. 3rd for Cian Sullivan. 4th for Conor Winfield. And then it's going to be 𝗦𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏 holding on to 5th place very well there ahead of Charlie White in 6th. Tommy Climo will be 7th and 𝗦𝗏𝗄𝗏𝗏𝗏 will be classified in 8th. Well, a very good start yet again for 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗏 in the Honda Cadet category. He continues to go from strength to strength this season and is picking up, well, that's his 2nd race victory of the weekend. Finished 2nd in both the heats yesterday and then took the final win. But Jensen Walker is pushing him close this weekend. He's scoring good points so far in the number 22. Cian Sullivan, another 3rd place, will be very happy about that. We'll see the Honda Cadets out again later on, after the lunch break for their 2nd heat of the day. Meanwhile, we're going to get ready for race number 3 here at Clay Pigeon. 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos are out next. Time to go racing then for the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino category and their first heat of the day. Let's have a look at their grid. RCE's Freddie Baker starts on pole position. Oscar Kenny joining there on the front row of the grid. James Roots and Albert Farrow on row number 2. Chloe McGill and William Crombie, who's been having some really good results recently, start on row 3. Harris Barber for RCE and Chester Forks, championship leader. Depending on how you cut the cake, and we'll get onto that in a moment, is there 4th on the grid. Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell on row 5. Max Joy and 𝗦𝗪𝗍𝗍 joining the SuperOne grid for the first time this weekend in 2023. They start there on row 6 in a 12-cart field. Now, if you were to count a drop score into the 5 rounds that we've had so far this season, that would mean that Chester Forks is your championship leader. In any race where Forks has been classified so far this year, it's been no worse than 3rd. It's been a great season so far and a clean sweep yesterday. But we should mention that if you don't count drop scores at the moment, it is actually William Crombie leading the championship. And he's had some really good scores so far this season. Very strong yesterday, 3rd, 2nd and 4th. But inherited the round 4 victory at Rowrah due to a raft of, unfortunately, technical disqualifications from the round 4 final. When we do have a disqualification, unfortunately, it is 0 points from that particular race. So if you are following the story of this season and you had a look at the championship table this morning, that is why Chester Forks is not currently on all scores in the lead of the championship. The number 38 was one of those carts disqualified for a technical infringement at the last round. I'm sure that's not going to happen today. There's been a good degree of work behind the scenes to ensure that that doesn't happen here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. Didn't happen yesterday. We had the normal running of things. Meanwhile, we're going to get round 6 underway here in the 𝗦𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Standing starts, eyes on those lights. Who's going to get the best of starts here at Clay Pigeon? Away they go for the start of this one. It's a good start for Oscar Kenny there in the number 48. James Roots in the number 5 has had a good start as well, is up to 2nd place as they go through Billy's Blind for the first time. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for the drivers. And Oscar Kenny got the jump there on Freddie Baker in the number 92. I think it's also been a very good start for Chloe McGill as well. 3rd place in the pink and white number 18 machine. James Roots looking for the lead here down the inside. Relatively experienced driver at this level. Raced in SuperOne last year. And yes, he's got the lead of the race. Chloe McGill has followed through as well into 2nd spot. Driver who's graduated from the C50s this time last year. Ran very well here at Clay Pigeon in the C50s from memory. Good position to be in on lap number 2. These top 2 will try and work together. They'll be conscious of the drivers behind, especially the likes of Chester Forks, championship leader, and Freddie Baker, who was your pole sitter earlier on this morning. And we should mention William Crombie as well, championship leader. Again, depending on how you cut the cake at the moment, he's been very, very strong so far this season and seems to be growing into the story of this year. And right on cue, there is a move for Crombie past Forks into 4th place. Into the hairpin they go. Feeling at the moment that this race for the lead is not done. This quartet from 3rd down to 6th in a nice train can start working together. Roots and McGill doing a good job as well, maintaining their formation to keep that gap as large as it can. But let's have a look at it this time around. Yeah, it's not going out massively at the moment. 0.7 of a second between first and third place. And look at that, Freddie Baker, fourth in this quartet line, sixth place overall, is now the fastest driver out on circuit. Forks was having a look there at Crombie. Was not able to get the move done. Yesterday's final, it was second place for Oscar Kenny. So all the key runners from round 5 24 hours ago are back in amongst the mix here. 4 minutes on the clock, so we've gone through just under half the time on that clock. Still Roots leading from McGill, but it's really good work from Oscar Kenny and William Crombie. That gap has closed in now. They've raised the pace there on lap number 4, and we've now got a group of 4 at the front of the order. Roots, McGill, Kenny, Crombie in the all green. For the first time this season, at least in front of the Alpha Live cameras, you'd say it's now being thrown, the gauntlet's being thrown to Chester Forks there in the number 38. The bright yellow and green helmet with the blue details in 5th place. What can last year's Bambino C50 champion do about this work being done by this group of 4 drivers on your screen now? Change not happening yet. Roots in the number 5 still at the front of this order. McGill in the 18, Kenny in the 48, William Crombie in the 15. Just note that I think there was a little bit of a transponder error there as McGill goes down the inside. Decisive move by Chloe McGill, takes the lead of the race and now really opens this one up. Oscar Kenny down the inside into the horseshoe, takes the lead as well. 3 wide as they go off of the horseshoe, and William Crombie slivers through brilliantly there into second place. So it's all change as they come round to complete another lap of this course. It is Oscar Kenny now leading from William Crombie. There it is, confirmed on his timing. Chloe McGill in 3rd, James Roots shuffled back to 4th, but it's not done yet for James Roots. There's still opportunities to fight back here, side by side with McGill through the S's. McGill did well there to hold on to that position, and this is going to bring Chester Forks back into play here. And potentially Freddie Baker as well. In fact, no, sorry, apologies. Freddie Baker has got ahead of Chester Forks. Great work from Freddie Baker there in the number 92, racing for RCE this weekend. But crucially, Kenny and Crombie have now got off the front. They've worked their way through from 3rd and 4th, taken 1st and 2nd now. Look at Freddie Baker go up into 3rd place. Fantastic stuff from Freddie Baker. Fighting back, didn't have the greatest of starts from pole position, but is finishing this race strong with just over 90 seconds to go on the clock. Freddie Baker has not had a top 3 so far this season. 4th, 6th and 5th yesterday in round number 5. This is a great opportunity for Freddie Baker in the black and yellow there to have a best result of the year so far. Meanwhile, 1 minute and 13 remaining on the clock. It's still Kenny and Crombie. They're deliberately not fighting too much at the moment. They realise the situation, even at this young age, for all of these Bambino drivers, that they've got to keep pushing because there is still a threat from behind from the likes of Baker, Forks and Roots. Roots now looking down the inside into the S's. Gets the move done. Brilliant stuff once again from the Army Bambinos. James Roots up to 4th. And for William Crombie, he really is building this season now. As I say, inherited the win with the disqualifications from round 4, but I think more importantly, yesterday was not outside the top 4 in any race results, and there were no disqualifications yesterday to influence that result. That was on pace out there on circuit alone. 15 seconds on the clock. Still Kenny ahead of Crombie. James Roots now looking for a way past Freddie Baker, who was a touch wide as they came out of Billy's blind, but recovered really well. Holds on to 3rd place, but now it's breaking down behind. James Roots down the inside as they go through the hairpin, takes 3rd place. Forks is now side by side with Baker, will be on the outside as they come through the horseshoe. Harris Barber's coming into this now in the white helmet there, number 12. Great finish to the race for Harris Barber. 5th, 9th and 6th yesterday for Harris. in the 3 races here at Clay Pigeon. We're on to the final lap now of what has been a really, really good, as battling now for the lead of the race. Crombie doing the switchback and takes the lead of the race. Oh, beautifully done by William Crombie. It's a move you can do through that sequence of corners, but here comes Kenny back at Crombie, who leaves the line open. Very mature heads-up racing from both of these drivers here. Kenny back down the inside, but for a 3rd time Crombie tries the switchback, but this time Kenny's much far longer side, and he's got the lead of the race into the final corner. What a first heat of the day this has been for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino, and it's still side by side, and Crombie's got through. Oh, William Crombie takes it on the line for a 2nd race victory of the year. Oscar Kenny in 2nd, Chester Fawkes 3rd, Freddie Baker finishes in 4th place. It's an equaling best results of the year so far for Freddie Baker. James Roots in 5th, Harris Barber takes 6th, and I think that equals his final result yesterday. He did have a 5th yesterday as well. Chloe McGill in 7th, Albert Farrow 8th, Darren Dimitrov 9th, Max Joy 10th, Ollie Little 11th, and Huxley Dickey in 12th. Well, William Crombie will be delighted with that. Very much showing that he is part of this championship battle now. He's putting in stronger and stronger results every time he goes out on circuit. Very, very well done to William Crombie there. Well, we'll see the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos after the lunch break for their 2nd heat. We're going to get ready now, though, for the next race out on circuit, which, if I'm not mistaken, will be the first racing appearance of the day for Micromax. Getting ready then for the first racing appearance of the day for Micromax. Let's have a look at their grid and how at least the start of this race is going to shape up. Cutting Edge Racing have pole position with Jensen Walker at the wheel. Jensen Sale alongside on the front row of the grid. Logan Rolfe and Maximilian Eberhardt, yesterday's round winner, there on row number 2. Arthur Farrow and Achille Nane Giannone start on row number 3. Great qualifying there for Giannone for Ambition Motorsport. Alfie Mayer and Sebastian Behrman start on the 4th row of the grid. Jack Baker and Elliot Travis complete the top 10. Benedictas Matsiokas and Harper Das start on row number 6. Then we find Sebastian Clark and Amrit Singh Atwal on an All Ambition Motorsport row 7. Kirk Kaplan and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Clark. Good to see 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Clark back in SuperOne action, form up row number 8. Hector Dickey starts on row 9. Leo Livings is classified from qualification 18th on the grid, but unfortunately will not be taking the start of this race, having suffered a broken arm on Friday. He is okay, he's still in the paddock. Away we go then for the start of this race. Good start for Jensen Walker there from pole position in the number 22. He's already been out on circuit in a racing capacity for Honda Cadet. Bit of scrapping going on behind. I think Benedictas Matsiokas was involved in that one. Jensen Walker knows how the track conditions are in the last hour or so. Ooh, looking down the inside there. I think that was Jensen Sale. Yes, it was. The number 40, 5th in the championship at the start of today, was 2nd in the final yesterday. He's got some good form this weekend here at Clay Pigeon. Putting in a great move and will be classified as the race leader at the end of the first lap. I think Eberhardt there was going down the inside as well, who I've got to say has had a great upturn in form in recent weeks. I watched him race last weekend at Wilton Mill for Wilton Mill Kart Club, which if you missed, you can watch back here on the Alpha Live channel at your leisure. And won at Kart Club last weekend, and then took the final yesterday as well. I spoke to him and he said he's been working a lot on the racecraft in the last month or so, and it really, really is showing now. The speed was always there for Max in the number 61. He's now able to string a race together
put the overtakes in, get good race positions come the checkered flag. And I've got to say that 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀 is pushing again here. Up to Jensen Sale. There's a bit of a gap for those drivers behind. You can hear how much the tyres are being tortured here today at Clay Pigeon, especially through those quick, tight corners. And a few drivers yesterday describing to me how... off there! I think was that 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the number 95. I think 𝗦𝗻𝗏𝗀 has also been delayed through sector number 2. The new fastest lap of the race from 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀, 39.130. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Yellow flags are out through there. Oh, the number 28 of 𝗦𝗍𝗍 is stranded in the middle of the road. Has lost, or clearly has lost motive power there, but everybody paying attention to the yellow flags well and gets through. Good driving by everybody there. Jensen Sale still leading this race then. Maximilian 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀 in second place. Good battle going on behind between Jensen Walker and Jack Baker. Jack, who has also been in really good form recently. Waved yellow still going into the hairpin, and this time 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 takes the opportunity down the inside. I just wonder if the yellow flag being out influenced the decision there. They had to get it done in the hairpin. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Walker and Baker, are they starting to close back in now? I think they are a bit. They were quicker than Sale's first sector. They were indeed. That was a very good lap for Baker and Walker. Personal bests, 39.2 and a 39.4 respectively, compared to the 39.3 and the 39.7 of 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀 and Sale. But we should consider there was a change of position, a side-by-side moment between the two leaders on that lap. So let's see if 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀 and Sale can get that pace back up and make sure that that gap between second and third doesn't start dropping any further. No other changes of position to report further down the order. Unfortunately, 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏, I don't think he's running anymore. The cart has been recovered off circuit and it's not been able to refire and get back into this race. That's a real shame for the number 28. It's one of the strongest qualifyings so far in the year. Baker and Walker continuing to close in here. This is a really good period of the race for Jack Baker. There he is, Jack in the number 17, the orange and blue helmet. Fastest lap of the race last time around. Only driver to break down under the 39-second barrier in this race so far. 2 minutes to go and nearly did so again there, 39.0. This is on. This is definitely on for Jack Baker. Sale was looking for a move down the inside there to try and retake the lead into the S's, was just too far back. It's not really a corner where you can go for a bit of a dive due to the nature of the turn-in into the S's. Sale is putting 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀 under pressure here. Two drivers who finished in the top 2 positions yesterday in the final. Logan Rolfe joined them on the podium. He's currently in 5th place. Sale looking for a move down the inside into Billy's blind. Yes! Very good stuff from Jensen Sale. With 90 seconds on the clock, pounces and retakes the lead of this race. Defends to the inside. No opportunity for 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀 to get back down the inside as they approach the hairpin, but all this fighting is allowing Jack Baker back into this scrap. He's there in 3rd place, still the fastest driver on circuit. Hit another 38.9 last time around. Looking further back, there's Logan Rolfe in the white helmet. Elliot Travis has had a good race. He's up to 6th place now, top rookie in this category. Just ahead of Alfie Mayer and the 2 Sebastians, Behrman and Clark and Arthur Farrow, currently completing the top 10. You get the feeling there's still plenty of racing to do in this race, even though we've gone less than 60 seconds on the clock now. It's not decided yet between Sale, 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀, Baker, and you never know. If you're sat in the number 22 cart at the moment, as Jensen Walker is, there could be some opportunities to gain more positions. on the last 2 laps of this race. 25 seconds on the clock. There goes Sale. So the last lap board will be out next time around. Big lap that. That was a huge lap from Jensen Sale. So hard to do at the front of a field. It's just set, as you see there with the infographic on your screen, the fastest lap of the race, a 38.815 without a tow. Very impressive from Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale has not had in any sort of race, whether it be a heat or a final in 2023 for the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. He's not going to have a better opportunity than this so far this year, but here comes 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗏. Sale, defence to the inside as they go through Billy's blind. He's got to be careful to not leave a switchback on, and does just that. That's a very good piece of defensive driving from Jensen Sale. No opportunity for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 to get back down the inside, but 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 is the fastest driver on circuit now. Through the hairpin they go. That's another potential opportunity for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏. This is good speed from Jensen Sale. Has got to get off the horseshoe well. He's a little bit wide, but there's no opportunity for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 down the inside. Will defend to the inside. Oh, switchback by 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏. Beautifully done. Did he get alongside enough? Did he get the lead on the line? They're side by side. It's going to be Maximilian 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 who takes the race victory. Jensen Sale gets another strong run of points there in second place. Jack Baker strong again in third. Jensen Walker fourth. Logan Roll fifth. Alfie Mayer sixth. Ahead of Elliot Travis, who was your top rookie home, in seventh. Ahead of Sebastian Behrman, Sebastian Clark, and Arthur Farrow completes your top 10. What a move at the end there by 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 to switch back on Jensen Sale, get down the inside through the final corner, and takes another race win. He really is on a rich reign of form. Well, there we go. That was race 4 done and dusted. Next out on circuit, first heat of the day for Intermax. Moving up the categories now, the next Rotax powered competition out on circuits is the Intermax category. Let's have a look at their grid. And on our timing sheets here, we've got Rook Thompson top of the time sheets for Momentum Motorsport. Great qualifying for Rook there on a circuit that he tends to run fairly well around. He's on pole position. Benjamin Lawn alongside on the front row of the grid. Adam Turacek is on row number 2. Max Lovell joining their P4 on the grid. Lucy Lovell and Daniel 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 form up the third row of the grid. Logan Lauder and JJ Plowman start on row 4. And similar to how we saw earlier with one of the categories we've already seen so far this morning, Charlie Benson and Teddy Cooper were unfortunately disqualified from qualifying this morning, and therefore will have to start from the back of the grid. And well, for Cooper, it was a case of being underweight. For Benson, there was a other non-compliance for a component on the kart. Apologies, not sure exactly what component that is, but it's a tough circuit round here. If we've already seen at least one example this weekend of a driver losing a result due to a bit of kart damage, and the kart then being outside of measurement windows and the like. But the championship situation so far, let's have a little look at that before we get this first heat underway. So Teddy Cooper leading the championship ahead of Charlie Benson. But Charlie Benson's form since round 3 has been he had a shaky first weekend at glan-y-gors in Wales, but has not been outside of the top 3 in any race result for 3 rounds in a row now, so that's very good from Charlie Benson. Was very impressed with Adam Turacek yesterday as well. 2nd, 4th and 2nd. Best day of competition so far this season for Adam Turacek, and is up into 3rd place now in the championship. Rook Thompson, as we say, I remember from some of the mini ROK races last year, likes this place, or at least it looks like he likes this place from the results that Rook's got here before. And on pole position for this race, hasn't had a race win so far this year, but is a driver that we know can take opportunities when they come to his number 11 kart. So Rook currently in 4th place in the points. 5th place, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀, 6th place, Logan Lauder, Benjamin Lawn, 7th place, who, again, a real upturn in form yesterday, which was great to see from Benjamin Lawn. Hadn't had a top 5 so far in the season before things started here at Clay Pigeon yesterday. Got 3 top 5s in a row and has another great opportunity from the front row here. A few drivers not here this weekend, just to mention. No Cooper Snedden, Josh Parker, Miles Burton or John Richardson. So they're all next up in the championship points. And a welcome as well for this category, at least for Max Lovell and Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗍, because they're both making their first SuperOne Intermax appearances of the year so far. We're all looking set, I think, for 7 minutes plus 1 lap for Intermax with the Rotax engines. We've seen some great races so far this morning. I'm sure this is going to be another. Away we go then for the start of the race. Very good start for Benjamin Lawn. Too good a start. That was a false start. We've had the, or at least on my screen, we've had the green and yellow indicators come out, and yeah, I can see out the window that the flags are out as well. So race control not happy with that race start. I think there were a couple of drivers out of position, and we'll go round again for at least one more formation lap. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Emma and Keely once again, cheering on the drivers. Thank you for your continued support. If you're enjoying the stream, to make sure that you've clicked that like button. Really does help us out here at Alpha Live and DDMM, providers of sports commentary for the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships 2023. Ready to go then, take 2 for the Intermax runners, and that looks a little bit better as away we go for the start of this race. Into Billy's blind they go, all looking clean so far. Charlie Benson already making up positions from the back of the field there in the number 25, the orange and white suit with the green and white helmet. Down into the first hairpin they go. I think for both Lawn and Lovell, it's been a decent start. Rick Thompson still in there as well. Side by side, involving Charlie Benson there. I think that was with Daniel 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀. Oh, getting a little bit rough and ready at the back there. And everybody keeping it pointing in the same direction. So through comes Benjamin Lawn there in the orange helmet, number 85. Down the inside, Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Really good stuff there from Adam in the number 22. Takes 2nd place away from Max Lovell. He's driving with, I'd say, a bit of a renewed confidence this weekend. Here's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Wasn't any lower than 4th in the races here yesterday. Looking to close that gap now on the drivers ahead. Try and get properly into this championship battle. Cross start finish. Lawn and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 got a good gap over Rook Thompson behind. 0.9 of a second is the gap from 2nd to 3rd. Rook Thompson got past Max Lovell on that last lap. Charlie Benson also gained 2 spots. Lucy Lovell, unfortunately, fell 3 spots, also overtaken by Teddy Cooper and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 last time around. Change of lead confirmed. Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there ahead of Benjamin Lawn. I think that was down into the hairpin. Now let's see what 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 can do. No slipstream now. As, ooh, bit of a bump there from Benjamin Lawn, but no advantage gained for the number 85. Teddy Cooper, fastest driver out on circuit, 37.658. Look how much steering angle Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is putting in there. Clearly very comfortable with the car, doesn't mind the back end stepping out ever so slightly. Teddy Cooper was out wide there for a moment on the curb, going through buttons. through Billy's blind for another time here on lap number 5. We've got to give it to Benjamin Lawn here as well. Is not being dropped by 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 right now. At the moment is on for a strongest race result in SuperOne this year so far, with second place. Keep an eye on ROK Thompson. Having to work really hard right now is ROK Thompson, as I think Charlie Benson has got past Max Lovell there for 4th place. As we mentioned, it's a short circuit, but when you're running on your own, it can get a bit lonely out there. Oh, here comes Lawn on 𝗬𝗀𝗀𝗀, and through goes Benjamin Lawn into the lead of the race. But is this battling costing them right now? Because ROK Thompson, we said a couple of seconds ago, was having a bit of a lonely race, but a good race nonetheless. Oh, there's now contact between 𝗬𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Lawn, and through goes ROK Thompson as well. Charlie Benson closing in as well. It's a great run for Charlie Benson. Started at the back of this field, remember, and is now the fastest driver out on circuit. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, this is a big couple of laps now for him. Teddy Cooper coming through the field as well, continuing to set personal bests. This race isn't over, still a good amount of time on the clock remaining. No changes of position in the top 5. JJ Plowman has got past Logan Lauder for 8th place. Less than 2 minutes on the clock then. Still 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 leading from ROK Thompson. Benjamin Lawn in 3rd place. 4th for Charlie Benson. In fact, no, is that making that 3rd? Yes, it is. So Charlie Benson has got past Benjamin Lawn there. ROK Thompson coming back at 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 as well. Looks like he could be winding things up for a move here. And a very strong second half of this lap, and has got right on the rear bumper of the number 22 now. There's still a few laps of this race to go with the time on the clock. I just wonder tactically at the moment whether it would be better for ROK Thompson to just push the number 22 along right now. Don't go for the move too early. Fastest lap of the race for Thompson, 37.421. And holding something in reserve perhaps, as through there into 4th place goes Teddy Cooper, past Benjamin Lawn. Max Lovell having a strong run, seen there with the green, white and red helmet in 6th place. I think we're going to have 3 more laps here, yeah, because similar to how we saw with Honda Cadet, there'll be a few seconds left on current pace when the leaders next come around. In a way, for 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, that is not good news. That is a longer period of time that he's going to have to defend. ROK Thompson now really starting to apply the pressure, looking down the inside. Oh, it's just not able to get far enough alongside into the horseshoe to get by on 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. 5 seconds on the clock. It could be 2, maybe 1 second over the line. It was 1 second, so they carry on. Final lap board did not come out. Charlie Benson now has the fastest lap of the race, 37.362. No wins so far this year for either of the 2 drivers at the front of the field, 𝗬𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 or Thompson. To confirm, the last lap board has not come out. It will happen in a few moments' time as the number 22 of 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 goes over the line. There it is. He's responded really well to the pressure here, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍. Thompson was charging along a few laps ago, and you felt that it was looking hard for 𝗍𝗍 to be able to hold on to the lead, but he's found another bit of pace. Has just put in a personal best, 37.519. It's just ticking off the corners now, round the final corner. Could this be a first win of the year for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍 over start finish? And it is on the line. P1 for kart number 22. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍, one of the best racers so far of the year for Adam, takes it from ROK Thompson. Charlie Benson and Teddy Cooper both recover well from the back of the grid, take third and fourth. Benjamin Lawn in fifth place there, continuing the good form that Benjamin's showing this weekend. Max Lovell sixth, JJ Plowman seventh, Logan Lauder eighth, Lucy Lovell ninth, and Daniel 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍 in 10th. So there we go. That's Intermax done for now. Their provisional results: 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 from Thompson, Benson, Cooper, Lawn, Lovell, Plowman, Lauder, Lovell, and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍. The 10 runners there. We're going to move on to the next categories, if I'm not mistaken, because we've had the seniors and Rotax 177 joined into the same grid. Those two classes, they're up next. Okay then, let's have a look at the grid then for senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Starting with the seniors at the front of the order. Tom Patterson has pole position ahead of Joe Weaver. Yesterday's winner, Finley Watson, is on row 2 with Dan Miller alongside in the number 62. Cameron Crockett was strong yesterday, starts today on row 3 alongside Shane Collinson. Tom Taylor and Elliot Thomas go from row number 4. Jamie Bradfield for Galactic Racing is joined on row 5 by Jake Richards for Sate Motorsport. Cruz Speakman and Harry Pullen start on the 6th row of the grid. Rest of the grid looks like this. Joseph McVeigh and Jason Bear on row 7. We're into these Rotax 177s now. Andy Collinson and Neil Sturmey on row 8, 2nd and 3rd in Rotax 177, and Andy Ward 17th on the grid completes the running order for Rotax 177. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support. Hello to Brandon. When is senior Rotax? It's right now, mate. And it's cheering on Dan Milner, sorry. Very, very tight situation in this championship. Pullen and Watson, your championship leaders, separated by a point at the moment. They've both got work to do in this one. Away we go then. Tom Patterson takes us from pole position. Joe Weaver alongside on the front row, and Weaver has taken the advantage early on. Takes the lead as they go through Billy's Blind. All of them squabbling and squirming, trying to find their way through the S's there. We'll keep an eye on the Rotax 177 category as well across the course of this race. Those are the karts with the green number boards as opposed to the blue number boards on the seniors. Now, speaking to Andy Collinson, yesterday's winner in Rotax 177, I asked him, does the combination of the grids change the way you race? And he said, well, in a way, yes. It's a very big opportunity. If you can get ahead of some of those senior karts at the back of the senior grid, they give you a natural defence against the rest of the Rotax 177s. Well, we'll see whether Jason Bear can do that. He's the current leader in Rotax 177. Down the inside there, that was Finley Watson. New suit for Watson this weekend with his sponsors on board. That was the number 33 down the inside of Cameron Crockett, and a good for 3rd place. Weather conditions still good here. Michael Burke asks, what's the temperature like? It's low 20s in Celsius at the moment. Comfortable. Like hard work. when you're at the wheel of one of these senior Rotax machines. There's your race leader, Joe Weaver. Was content with his results yesterday. It was Joe Weaver, 2nd, 7th and 2nd. As he's keeping himself very much in the picture regards his title defence for the Senior Rotax Championship. But needs to start picking up the wins, I'd say, to really assert his dominance on this field. Through into the hairpin they go. And just should note as well that one of our championship protagonists, Harry Pullen, down in 11th place at the moment, having a tough time so far today. It's a big opportunity for both Finley Watson and Joe Weaver to start putting some points on the driver who's has had a very strong season so far, but been a bit off colour so far this weekend. So Joe Weaver is the fastest driver on circuit, 34.308 seconds for a lap here at Clay Pigeon, and is leading by 0.3 of a second, although actually no, I'd say that's coming down now, because Tom Patterson has had a very good lap so far here on lap number 5. One more race to go after this one, of course, before the lunch break, so if you're waiting for Junior Rotax, you don't have to wait much longer. We'll have all of our interviews from yesterday on the coverage for you. Oh, is that a move being put in there? Was that? Might have been Jake Richards on Jamie Bradfield. We'll check in a short moment's time. It's down into Billy's blind. Weaver still leading though from Patterson, now starting to respond to the pressure from Tom Patterson, pole sitter earlier in this race. There in the number 92. Top 3 all, in fact the top 5, apologies, are all in the 34.3s at the moment. Very impressive consistency indeed. But keep an eye out for Tom Taylor as well, number 77 there. The move to come back to that was going on through Billy's. It was Harry Pullen going past Cruz Speakman. So Pullen back into the top 10. Yeah, keep an eye out for Tom Taylor. He's had an up and down season so far, but we know that Tom can put the performances in. 6th, 4th and 5th yesterday. Probably the most consistent day that he's had so far this season, but has had a best result so far this year of a 2nd place. That was back in Wales in round 1 at glan-y-gors. He's closing in on Cameron Crockett here. Big lap being turned in now by Joe Weaver. You can see that lead gap is extending out, and this is what we've seen from Joe Weaver when he has been in this position so far this season. 5 race wins to his name. He's been particularly strong in the finals, but his race management has been very, very good so far this year. Just at that point where you think he might crack under the pressure, there he responds. There is a yellow flag out. I think it's for Elliot Thomas, who has come to a stop. In the number 37, at least on our timing. Yeah, there he is. Quick check-in with the Rotax 177 class. Andy Collinson is leading it at the moment, ahead of Jason Bear. So the number 74 ahead of the number 50. There they are on screen. Collinson with the fuchsia-coloured shoulders, shall we call it? It's not pink. It's a bit darker than pink. I was very happy yesterday how things went. But also was very complimentary of Jason Bear in the number 50, racing for Attack Motorsport this weekend. Commented on how he's really started to pick up the pace and put him under pressure. And here comes Jason Bear down the inside. Back end kicking out there. Beautifully done by Jason Bear. Takes the lead in Rotax 177. Proper scrap going on for 13th place overall. They won't mind it's for 13th place overall because, as I say, this is in effect 2 races going on at once. 1 minute on the clock. Cameron Crockett has lost 4th place to Tom Taylor. He's also lost 5th place to Dan Milner. So there is the number 62 of Dan Milner. The light grey suits with the orange details. Looking pretty strong right now. We'll have 3 laps to go. Time over the line there was on 39 seconds. Another new fastest lap of the race from Joe Weaver. This is quite a performance, quite a statement from the reigning champion in the Purgo SuperOne Senior Rotax Championship. He's laying it all down in the early stages here at Clay Pigeon today in the first heat. Very much saying to the rest of this field, what have you got? What have you got in your locker in Dorset right now for round number 6? Because this is soon some supreme driving. 2 laps to go. Now time expires, but they've already crossed the line to start lap number 13. 0.6 of a second to the nearest 10th is the lead now for Joe Weaver. Jason Bear still leading in Rotax 177, is half a second clear of Andy Collinson now. Joe Weaver's going to come round to see the last lap board in a moment's time. There's been a problem for Joseph McVeigh as well. Joseph has fallen down behind the 4 Rotax 177 runners. That's unfortunate for Joseph. Well, if Joe Weaver can close this one out, it will be his 6th race victory of the year in Senior Rotax. I think more importantly, more satisfyingly for Joe Weaver, a good number of those race wins have been in finals. Heats are where he needs to pick up points, and that is exactly what he's going to do with a race victory here at Clay Pigeon in the first heat of the day. Joe Weaver takes it by 7/10 of a second ahead of Tom Patterson. More good points as well for Finley Watson, continuing his great run. It's not a win, he took the clean sweep yesterday, but it's 3rd place and the top rookie award as well for that race. Tom Taylor, good drive, finishes in 4th place and had to fight off Dan Milner right at the end there, but did so. Milner in 5th. Cameron Crockett was 6th, Shane Collinson 7th. Jamie Bradfield racing for the first time in SuperOne this year here this weekend. That's a best result so far of the weekend. In 8th place, 9th for Jake Richards, 10th for Harry Pullen, 11th for Cruz Speakman. Then you had your 4 Rotax 177 runners. Jason Bear taking the win in Rotax 177 ahead of Andy Collinson, Neil Sturmey and Andy Ward. 2 drivers in the seniors with problems there. They were Joseph McVeigh and Elliot Thomas. Very good stuff from the Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 fields. We'll see them again for heat number 2. Meanwhile, we get ready for the last race before the lunch break. The first heat of the day for Junior Rotax is next. Let's have a look at the grid then for our biggest field of the day. It is the Junior Rotax category, and it's been quite a weekend so far in the Junior Rotax category. On pole position for the first heat of the day from time to qualifying earlier on this morning is Jarek Metters. Knows this circuit very, very well, regular here at Clay Pigeon, and he will pilot his number 53 from pole position alongside the reigning champion, the championship leader, and yesterday's round 5 winner, Aidan Hassan for Mark Baines Motorsport in the number 1 kart. Billy Edgecombe has had some really good pace so far this weekend, and if not for what's been reported to me as a cracked rim that meant that the kart was outside of specification in scrutineering after the final, he would have had the final win yesterday and has responded well in time to qualifying this morning to put it on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Charlie Cox. Milo Manderson has looked quick so far this weekend, could do something there from the 3rd row of the grid. Max Rowley joined him there on that 3rd row in the number 33 for Tom Day Racing. Running down through the order onto row 4, we'll find Jake Howarth and Daniel Whitfield. Kieran Denyer and Callum Ghosh, both good qualifyings for them. On the 5th row of the grid, Albert Wilton had some good pace yesterday. He's on row number 6 here for round number 6's first heat of the day alongside Freddie Baker. Jake Woods and Emily Cotty will be on the 7th row of the grid. Finley Underwood and Jasmine Taylor on row 8. Joseph Murphy and Ben Horner start on row 9. Jake Flewitt for JWR starts on row 10 alongside Finley Patterson. Jack Briscoe and Logan Cowling on row 11. Isaac Parkinson and Miles Roby on row 12. Jensen Powers and Dejon Bennett on row number 13. Zach Fletcher is 27th on the grid there on row 14. The other thing that we saw yesterday was the end of Aiden Hassan's winning streak. He did not win either of the heats yesterday, having been perfect through the first 4 rounds of the season. And I spoke to Aiden yesterday. You'll be able to see the interviews with all of yesterday's round winners during the lunch break. And he said that, yeah, he definitely feels that the pressure is coming from the rest of the competition, that the speed they've got perhaps wasn't there earlier in the year, and he really is going to have to pull something out to keep on top of this category. Great for us neutrals, of course. We want to see the championship battles be as close as possible, as fairly as possible, as far through the season as possible. But quite the challenge this weekend, and that's even before we mentioned our pole sitter, Jarek Metters. Did very well. Showed his speed yesterday, won the first heat and was 3rd in the final 24 hours ago. Here we go then, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for Junior Rotax. Good start for Metters, down into Billy's blind for the first time. Billy Edgecombe alongside Aiden Hassan there, going for P2, takes P2. And I think the 82 of Milo Manderson also got through in 3rd place. Yes, Milo did, so the orange cart there with the big yellow M on the side of Milo's helmet. Up to 3rd place. There's a few incidents towards the back of the field. 3, 4, 5 carts perhaps, all recovering off of the hairpin. And I think that was from quite high up as well. Max Rowley was involved. So that's a real shame for Max. Was high up the order, but now tumbles down. So this is the biggest category in SuperOne this year. 27 runners out there on circuit today. It's down the inside goes Hassan, takes Milo Manderson. Milo Manderson tries to fight back as they go through the horseshoe there. Isn't able to get by. Here comes Charlie Cox as well in the number 72 as a bit of the wildlife watches on from a very close distance there at the side of the circuit. Don't want to be that close to the Junior Rotax machines, my friend. Jarek Metters, what a statement this has been in the early stage of this race. He's got 3/4 of a second in hand over Billy Edgecombe. So from what I heard in the paddock yesterday, it was a very, very tight measurement, very close for Billy Edgecombe. And it was a cracked hub that may have contributed to the track measurement being outside the defined width of the carts. Unfortunately, the rules are the rules. New fastest lap of the race from Jarek Metters, 35.319, as down the inside of Jake Woods there. It's looking the number 32 cart of Logan Cowling. Actually, apologies, no, it was the 92 of Albert Wilson. I thought it was a little bit higher up the order. Yes, it was. It's the number 15 of Freddie Baker going through your shot. Just outside the top 10 at the moment is Freddie Baker. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Metters is laying down the law to the rest of the field here. Another new fastest lap of the race. Over 8/10 is his lead now. It's looking very, very good indeed. Battle for 4th place on your screens. Number 82 of Milo Manderson and number 3 of Jake Howarth. Howarth currently 2nd in points at the start of the day. Hasn't had a race win so far this season though. Similar to what we saw from Howarth last season. Very consistent. We'll be wanting to break through and take a race victory as soon as possible. Aiden Hassan now takes the fastest lap of the race, 35.066. Is out wide there. I think that was Joseph Murphy in the number 48 for JWR. Howarth looking down the inside of Manderson as they go through the horseshoe. That looked like a pretty good attempt from Jake Howarth for 4th place. And yes, he has got through. The flashes of yellow on his lid, ahead of the bright orange kart of Milo Manderson as a privateer this weekend. It's good stuff once again. Good runners once again from Albert Wilton, I just saw there, up in 9th place at the moment. Aiden Hassan, another new fastest lap of the race, 34.894. I don't think he'll be too upset with this situation at the moment. He said yesterday, the others are bringing the battle to him, but he very much has the points advantage, having had a perfect scoreline through the first 4 rounds of the year. He's already sitting on a good haul of championship points. There is your race leader, Jan 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀, 34.912 last time around. Billy Edgecombe's got good pace, but that 0.8 of a second gap is telling at the moment. There is Aiden Hassan, who will start to feel the pickup of a bit of a slipstream off the back of Billy Edgecombe's number 7 kart. The battle not done for second place yet. 2.25 minutes on the clock. First time in a while, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 and Hassan both quicker. Edgecombe and Hassan both quicker than 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀's on that last lap. Not by a lot. The gap now down 2.7 of a second. A couple of changes of position just to report. Isaac Parkinson has got past Miles Roby for 21st place. And I think Max Rowley has gained a good couple of positions as well on Dejon Bennett and Daniel Whitfield. There was a yellow flag out there. I wasn't quite sure what it was for. Couldn't see from our angle here in the box. Green flag as they go down into Billy's blind. Good response there from Jan 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. Sticks in a 34.819, which is the best lap time of the race so far for number 53 kart. Extends that lead back up to 0.9 of a second. I think there's now a bit of a change of tack for Billy Edgecombe, because as yet there's one driver, it's that Dejon Bennett, just pulling over to one side. Edgecombe's got to think about Hassan behind now. Hassan just negotiates way past the number 37. Because in effect, that is your, Jan 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀's local boy here at Clay Pigeon, but this is his first appearance of the year, so I think it's fair to say isn't a championship contender, whereas Billy Edgecombe and Aiden Hassan are both regulars here in SuperOne and have attended every single round so far this year. Their focuses are on each other as we get to the halfway stage of this 12-round season, where all the Sunday rounds you can watch here on Alpha Live. Hope you're enjoying the stream if you're new around here, or even if you've not pressed that subscribe button yet, please do consider doing so. It really does help us out when people press that button. 15 seconds on the clock to go. New fastest lap of the race last time around from Aiden Hassan, 34.772, and is he just trying to time things here? Find a way past Billy Edgecombe. Final lap board will be out for the race leader. There it is. It's looking very comfortable at the moment, is Jan 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Another new fastest lap of the race from Aiden Hassan, but he hasn't got a lot of time to find a way past Billy Edgecombe here. Billy Edgecombe goes defensive to the inside as they approach the hairpin. Momentum Motorsport would love to see this second place come home for Billy Edgecombe. It would be a great tonic, a great response after yesterday's disappointment. It's not going to be a disappointing result though for Jan 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Won the first heats yesterday in round 5 and is going to take the next one in round 6. A very good run for Jan 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, and Billy Edgecombe does hold on for second place. Got the same result, in fact, the same top 3, 1, 2, 3, as we saw in the first heats yesterday. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 from Edgecombe, from Hassan. Jake Howarth breaks that pattern in 4th place. Good result there for Jake, and he improved over the course of yesterday's running, so that's another good start for Jake Howarth that he can build on in heat 2 and the final, which you'll be able to see later on today after the lunch break. Milo Manderson, another top 5 for Milo. Good result there. Callum Ghosh up in 6th place. Charlie Cox, Albert Wilton, Jake Woods and Kieran Denyer all in the top 10. Jasmine Taylor, good improved movement from the grid slot there for Jasmine. Up in 7 positions there to 11th, Freddie Baker, 12th, Jack Briscoe and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 and Finley Underwood all in the top 15. Joseph Murphy 16th, Ben Horner 17th, Jake Flewitt 18th, Finley Patterson 19th, Isaac Parkinson 20th, ahead of Logan Cowling, Jensen Powers, Miles Roby, Zach Fletcher, Max Rowley takes down to 25. Those were your runners on the lead lap. DeJean Bennett was 1 lap down, and Daniel Whitfield was a retirement midway through that race. Well, that brings us to the end of the morning and early afternoon session. We've had our timed qualifying. We've had our first heats today here at Clay Pigeon for all of our categories. We're going to go into the lunch break now before we recommence the racing programme with Heat 2. Same running order again that we've seen this morning, and then the finals as well. All can be watched here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage and the racing so far this morning. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. We'll have our interviews from yesterday for you to enjoy as well in the meantime. My name's been Andrew Mather. As I say, have a lovely lunch break. We'll see you in about 30 to 40 minutes' time.
We went further down. Go, 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 go.
Get a picture. Yeah, I'll turn around. Okay, and you have to be here to win this, so there's a few missing off the driver's parade, so... Oh. It says Max Cadet. Ethan Pearson.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah, he's there. Well done.
Well done. Quick picture, turn around.
Hey, put your hand over.
There you go, well done.
That's it. Have a great, safe day's racing.
Well, it's a beautiful day here at Clay Pigeon and a great day for racing. We're here with our winner in the 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 C50 Bambino's 𝗦𝗽𝗶𝗲𝗀. Big smiles here on the podium today. Another win. You must be very, very pleased.
Yes, I really am pleased.
How was the racing today? You had a lot of close battles out there with 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀. You two have been working together a lot today, it seems.
We have, because Henry's basically my teammate in karting.
How long have you been racing with Henry?
About a year.
What's it like having a teammate? Is it something that you work on together? What's it like when it then gets out on circuit?
We work together and we push until we've made a lot of a gap, and at the last lap we battle.
The season's getting to the midway point. It's been a very, very strong year for you. Are you confident that you can keep these results coming in?
Yes.
And who do you want to thank for the victory here today at Clay Pigeon?
𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀, who's my engine builder, Terry Fullerton for the chassis and all that sort of stuff. Mum and Dad, my nan and my granddad, my brother.
Very good. Well done, Rex. Great win yet again here in SuperOne. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, we're here once again at the podium in Dorset for round 5 of SuperOne 2023, and we've got our winner in the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino category. Once again, Chester Fawkes, you're on the top step of the podium. Another very, very good day for you.
Yeah.
Talk me through the race. How did it go for you out there?
So through the races, it was quite hard, but Heat 1, it was quite easy. Heat 2, a bit harder because so in the first heat, it was just me and Oscar battling, and then the third heat, Crombie started battling in it, and then for the final, me and Oscar managed to break away from the pack, and then last lap we had a good battle.
It's a very close category again for you this year. How are you finding the racing with the rest of the drivers?
It's different to 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗀, I'd say, because 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗀 is a bit easier than 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗀.
And jumping back after a bit of a disappointment at round 4 with a couple of technical issues beyond your control, how good is it to be back on the top step straight away?
Good.
Going forward to tomorrow, are we confident that we can repeat the same result for round number 6?
Yeah.
Who do you like to thank for your victory here today at Clay Pigeon?
RCE, Lorego, my mechanic and my dad and my mum.
Well done, Chester. Really good stuff again. Great to see you continue your racing out there. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Well, something a little bit different for us today here on the Saturday podiums. We've got one of our winners from a Sunday round, our winner in the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino final back at Rowrah, William Crombie. William, great to see you here today. Another podium today as well in the final in 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino, but how did it feel to win the final at Rowrah?
Really good.
Talk me through how your race went back at Rowrah. It was tough conditions on that Sunday.
Yep.
And in terms of racing, how long have you been racing here in SuperOne?
I don't know.
The kart, the 𝗦𝗲𝗻 Bambino machine, is it one that you enjoy driving?
Yeah.
Very good. In terms of the of this circuit here today, how are you finding it at Clay Pigeon?
Really good.
What's your favourite bit of the circuit?
I don't know.
Very good. Looking forward towards tomorrow. Hopefully the weather stays like this. Is the dry conditions something you prefer?
Yeah.
Very good. Who do you like to thank for your victory at Rowrah in round 4?
My dad, Dave, Johnny Velocity.
Well done. Very, very good. Well, great to see you taking that trophy at last for round 4. We'll see you again, William, very, very soon.
Bye.
One last interview, a bit of time just for one quick last interview here at Clay Pigeon with our winner of the Girl Power Award at Clay Pigeon today for her performance in the Honda Cadet category, 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Parsons. 𝗲𝗲, another Girl Power Award for you here today, another strong run in Honda Cadets. You're full of smiles, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I am actually.
Talk me through the racing here today. It's been quite different to the last time we talked to you, quite hot out there today.
Especially under here, it has been very hot. I've been struggling a little, but luckily I have had no spins that have caused me to be very, very behind.
Is this a circuit one you enjoy? It's got a lot of fast corners.
Yes, I really enjoy this circuit. It's really fun and hard, and I like learning hard circuits.
Is this your first time here, or have you been here before for some testing?
This is my first time ever coming here.
What are you thinking you want to work on overnight? Are any particular corners that you think you can find some more speed in?
I think, I'm sorry if I'm not too specific, I think it's the corner near a corner that I'm really fast at. I need to work on it quite a bit.
Very good. And how's the karts feeling this weekend?
My dad and Passion Karting have made it so I'm a little faster, but not too faster that I have an unfair advantage.
Who'd you like to thank for your performance here today?
I'd like to thank Right Tyres, Eden Auto Spray, and I would also like to thank Passion Karting and SuperOne, because if all of them weren't here and Eden Auto Spray hadn't paid for the engine, I wouldn't be here as fast as I am, and SuperOne's the main reason I'm here getting my Girl Power trophy.
Very good. Well done, 𝗲𝗲. Another trophy for the trophy cabinet back home. We'll see you again tomorrow.
See you again tomorrow.
Back here at the podium, it's just clouded over a little bit, which is good for us here in the sun, because it just lets us cool off a little bit after a very, very exciting Honda Cadet 200 final. We're here with our winner, Max Taddy. Max, where do we start? That is one of the closest final victories we've seen so far this season in SuperOne, 14 thousandths of a second. What were you thinking as you were heading to line? You must have had your heart in your mouth.
Yeah, it was really intense. Like, Jensen's a really good driver, and like, as you see, he came from the back of the grid in both three heats to win, and it was really hard, and it was really warm today. Like, just like to thank my mechanics, my dad, and Ambition Racing.
You say you started from 5th on the grid, if I'm right in saying, on the 3rd row. What was your mindset? What were you thinking of the chances of winning before the start of the race?
Yeah, I was thinking it will be hard, but it's possible. So, yeah, it was really hard. Like, Jensen's a really experienced driver, and he's really good round here, Clay Pigeon, and just really happy to win.
Indeed. You mentioned the conditions already. It's hard to believe that a month ago we were having sessions stopped for fog and rain. It's a complete reversal today. How have you found that as you're stepping up through the ranks? Is it quite hard at the wheel?
Yeah, it's quite a bit harder, and like, I kind of prefer the rain because I'm quite good at the rain, but it's really hard.
This is a very different circuit as well. It's very fast, it's very flowing. Is it one that you enjoy here at Clay Pigeon?
Yeah, really enjoy it. It's one of my favourite tracks. Probably my favourite track, actually, because it's really fast, and it's just everyone loves being fast in a fast circuit.
I remember here last year was where you took a real step forward. You've already had an amazing first 5 rounds of the season. Round 6 tomorrow, are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, hopefully you can pick up first place again, but it'll be hard to race and beat Jensen again because he's a really experienced driver.
Very good. Well done, Max. Great to see you continuing to put those performances in and battling to the front. Well done. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Here at the podium with another one of our class winners here today. Great to see some new faces on the top step of the podium. We're here with our winner in Micromax, 𝗦𝗲𝗶𝗲𝗀. Max, a really rich reign of form that you found. You were on the Alpha Live streamed coverage of 𝗦𝗲𝗶𝗲𝗀 Kart Club last weekend, had some great results here, and now you've made a breakthrough in SuperOne, taking a first win in a final in 2023 in the championship. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I am.
What's been the big difference since we last saw you racing SuperOne at Rowra? What have you been working on that's clearly brought some performance on?
Mostly my racecraft at the British. I mean, it really helped to get him in with the big drivers, and I think getting fourth at the British really boosted my confidence.
You say you got a lot of experience with this Micromax machine. You were running it at Wilton last weekend as well. What's it like to drive? It's still one that a lot of drivers are finding their way with.
It's very quick, and you have to set it up right, and then it flies. If you get it a bit wrong, it's just a dog to drive.
In terms of this circuit, it's one that's very different to the ones that you've been racing on in the last couple of weeks. You mentioned that setup. What have you been working on to get the performance here at Clay Pigeon?
Mostly my racecraft, my experience, and mostly my pace as well.
In terms of the race out there, the other drivers, how did they feel competing against today?
There was some tough competition this weekend, but I came out on top.
Very good. Looking ahead towards tomorrow, are you confident that you can repeat the performance and keep this rich reign of form going into round 6?
Yeah, of course.
Who would you like to thank for your victory here today at Clay Pigeon?
I'd like to thank David RC, Amanda, my coach, and my dad.
Very good. Well done, Max. Great to see you breaking through and keep putting in those good results.
Thank you.
Well, we're back at the podium once again, this time with our winner in Intermax HTR Racing's Charlie Benson. Charlie, back on the top step once again here in SuperOne. Ran a good conditions, but tough conditions nonetheless here at Clay Pigeon. A very physical day out there.
Yeah, it was hard because of the temperature. It was so hot. We had to make strategies just to make it cooler and stuff.
I suspect tyres are a big concern around here on a day like today. They were brand spanking new first thing this morning. Was there any kind of management that you had to do with those across the course of the day?
You just had to try not to skid and overheat them. It was hard, but yeah, you'd try not to overheat them.
How's the season going from your perspective? You're getting those wins, you're getting those results in. Are you thinking this is another title assault like last year?
Hopefully. We've had some good, consistent results. Hopefully we can just keep it up and get it done.
The Intermax category is developing all the time. How are you finding the Rotax powered class?
It's I like the ROK a bit more, but it's good. Good drivers are in it, and it's quite a fun class to race in because the grids are getting bigger and bigger every time.
What are your thoughts ahead of round 6 tomorrow?
Just try and do what I did today and just get it won again.
Good stuff. Who do you like to thank for your victory here today at Clay?
My sponsors, 𝗦𝗲𝗶𝗲𝗀, Skechers, CMC, and my dad's company, Benson's Electrical, and my mechanic, 𝗦𝗲𝗶𝗲𝗀, and Derek Hardy, and my dad.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Charlie. Another great victory for you here in SuperOne. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Well, it's very quiet here now at Clay Pigeon. It's another win at the end of the day for Aidan Hassan in the junior Rotax category. Aidan, it's another final victory, but it's not been all your own way so far this weekend. It's been tough work out there across the course of the weekend so far.
Yeah, we've had a few incidents over the heats causing a DNF, which caused me to start 13th in the final, but we just pushed through and came through for the win.
It's a very difficult circuit to overtake around this. Not many big braking zones to get down the inside. What were your realistic hopes at the start of the final?
Just make up a few places and bring home some good points.
It's hotting up this category. It's you getting those points on the board, which is very, very good in the early, but still first half of this season. Does it feel like the competition's improving out there and putting you under pressure?
Yeah, the competition is coming here now. Now that everyone's starting to get their setups nailed in, it's starting to become a bit more of a competition.
And the weather conditions today, quite hard for you guys, sometimes in the karts, very hot, those finals, the longer races as well. Is that something that you're faring up well with?
Yeah, mainly we're just struggling with cheap and heating tyres, because after about 4 laps the tyres were just overheating.
In terms of the racing out there and looking ahead to tomorrow, what are the thoughts or anything that you want to be working on overnight?
Just keeping the pace high, cheap and consistent, and hopefully going for the win.
Lastly, who do you want to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank Mark Baines, Force Motorsport, Rally Replay, my mum, my dad, and everyone who's helped support me through this weekend.
Fantastic. Well done, Aidan. Another very impressive result here in SuperOne. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sun continuing to shine here at Clay Pigeon, and sun continuing to shine on Finley Watson. Another great result in the senior Rotax category here today for SuperOne 2023. Finley, hard work out there today, but you must be very, very pleased to take victory here at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, it's always nice to come away with a win. It was a good race. Just managed to get the gap at the start, and I saw Joe come in, so I was just kept it consistent.
How did the heats go to kick off things here today?
Well, Heat 1 managed to just get away. That's the main thing of this track, get in the lead, get away. Managed to win that. Same again in Heat 2, so just kept it consistent really.
You said about Joe Weaver's performance, he ran you very close in that final. What was the mindset going into the start of it?
Well, I knew I had to get a good start to get away from the pack behind. I was confident I could get away, so I just went straight away. About halfway through, started noticing that candidates telling me to get off a bit, so I looked behind and Joe was there surprisingly, and yeah, I just had to get my web down from there.
It's quite an open run here at Clay Pigeon where the mechanics can have a good input. How important is that for you in the kart?
It's really nice to have. It's quite reassuring when they're telling you big gap, little gap, makes you think, stops you from looking out behind, head forward, really helps.
In terms of, we've talked with a couple of drivers about this already today, the conditions, they're very different to what we had at Rowra, but quite hot. Is that something that you enjoy? Is it hard work out there?
Yeah, it's just finding the pressures right here. The pressures are really hard to find the perfect bit. Cheers. So yeah, just had to find the right pressure, and from there just conserve. This track destroys the tyres, so you just got to be nice to them.
And Saint Motorsport, they have a good record around here. I remember a number of class victories for them here last year in the Purgo SuperOne karting championships. How key has their influence and work been so far this weekend?
But yeah, they couldn't done more. They were really helpful, spot on team. So just couldn't.
Who else would you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd love to thank my sponsors, Ovenden All Works, ARC, my dad, HRS Engines, and Cosmic.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, mate. Great to see you back on that top step of the podium. More the same tomorrow?
Hope so.
Good stuff. Well, great to see Andy Collison back on the top step of a Purgo SuperOne podium here today at Clay Pigeon for the Rotax 177 class. Andy, we had a brief chat off the podium. Hard work today out there with these hot conditions?
Yeah, very hard work with how hot it is. Good track, but hard and demanding.
A small field, but a quality field nonetheless. Who's really pushed you today?
Bear. We're about half a tenth between me and Bear. We'll go half a tenth quicker, and then Bear will go half a tenth quicker. So it good racing, even though it's only a little grid.
You've been combined with the seniors. That means there are some karts ahead of you on the grid. Does that change the thoughts through your mind before and preparing for a race?
You've just got to try and get in front of a few of them to gap the boys behind you to try and pull away.
This circuit is very different kind of circuit to what we've seen so far this season. We've seen a lot of technical tracks, technical sections at GYG and Rowra. How do you find the sweeping curves here at Clay Pigeon?
Yeah, if you don't get that corner right, it does you for the next one. So you need to keep them all right to get a good lap. It's hard.
Tyres has been a big discussion today. Were there any concerns about those going through?
No, the tyres have gone quite well, to be fair. We're happy with how they're performing now.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, you're really starting to stamp your intentions on this championship. More of the same for round number 6?
Yeah, we'll have another go again like we've done today. We've got Bear, that'll be half a tenth, no doubt, if not quicker. So we'll have to carry on how we are.
Very good. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank Team Tate for the awning and HRS Engine for me engine, and my brothers for helping me out.
Very good. Well done, Andy. Another top result. Keep it going, and hope to see you on the top step again tomorrow.
Hopefully, thank you.
Apologies, folks, for the technical issues. Do believe that you are now back with us here on the commentary. Rex Pooley and Noah Smith leading this race at the moment. Not quite on the final lap yet. So the crucial bit of the race still to be decided. And here it's happening now. On to the final lap. Noah Smith goes through into the lead of the race. Rex Pooley slots back into second place, but is immediately going to respond back up the inside into the S's. Brilliant move by Rex Pooley. Into the hairpin they go for the final time here in heat number 2. Has Noah Smith got anything that he can pull out the bag and respond here with a move? But the corners are being ticked off here by Rex Pooley. It's been another very, very mature drive here in the C50s by Rex Pooley. He's really starting to get a grip of this championship now as we approach the halfway stage. There's a battle going on for third place behind between Kempson and Biggs, and it's still not done on the line here between Smith and Pooley. Over the line, who got it? It was Smith. Smith gets it by 11 thousandths of a second. Noah Smith takes a first victory of the year here in SuperOne for the C50s. Never gave that one up. We asked, was there something in the locker? There was for Noah Smith. Top rookie as well. What a win for Noah Smith. As I say, by 0.011 of a second ahead of Rex Pooley. Toby Biggs finishes in third. Another good result for Toby there ahead of Ronnie Kempson fourth. Henry Algar finishes in fifth. Jack Daniels in sixth. 𝗦𝗍𝗍, another result in the top 10 in seventh there. Also in the top 10 for Mason Hibbert, Ollie West and Joshua Bailey. Albie J. Stubbs in 11th. Jesse Bailey in 12th. Logan Hodgetts, Ethan Pearson, Mickey Gonzalez all in the top 15. Simon Kalman, good drive there from Simon in 16th place. Mason Muncher in 17th. Elliot Payne, Arlo Atkinson, Benjamin Schliever takes us down to the 20th position. Oliver Daniels, Ernie Wade, 21st and 22nd at 2 retirements in that race. Harry Chapman on lap number 3 and Louis Wilson on lap number 1. Wow, what a brilliant finish there to the Bambino C50s. Very good stuff indeed from them. We'll see their final later on this afternoon. We'll get ready though in the meantime for the next race out on circuit, second heat for Honda Cadet. Getting ready then for Honda Cadet, their second heat of the day. The grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on. Here it is. Max Taddy looking to continue this great form for him so far this season. We spoke to him yesterday, having won the final. He took the first heat as well and has pole position for heat number 2. Jensen Walker from Cutting Edge Racing alongside on the front row. Cian Sullivan and Connor J. Winfield start on row 2. Tommy Climo and Isla Parsons start on row number 3. Charlie White and George Climo start on row 4, and that completes our 8-kart field for Honda Cadet 200 here today. Quick reminder of the results from heat number 1. Max Taddy alongside Jensen Walker, Cian Sullivan 3rd, Connor J. Winfield was 4th, George Climo 5th, Charlie White 6th, Tommy Climo 7th, and Isla Parsons in 8th. Apologies again for the technical issues with the sound. Should all be fixed now. As back goes Louis Wilson. Real shame for Louis Wilson to have that breakdown right at the start of the race in the C50s. Harry Chapman as well. That's a real gutting moment for Harry Chapman. He's going to have to fight from
lower down in the order in the final than perhaps they would have expected. We saw the moment. It's quite dramatic with Ollie West. I've not seen a replay, but initial reactions, I would say more probably a racing incident. As carts jostled down there into the hairpin. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued messages of support. Hello to Emma once again, cheering on Isla Parsons. We had a great interview with yesterday, with Isla winning the Girl Power Award and joining us on the podium. 7 minutes plus 1 lap is the order once again for Honda Cadet. Just waiting for them to come out of the dummy grid. Races still to come up in the second rotation of heats. After the Honda Cadets, we'll have the 𝗦𝗲𝗍 Bambino category come back out on circuit. Micromax and Intermax after that, with a race for each of themselves. The seniors will then come out in the form of 2 classes, the senior Rotax and the Rotax 177 weighted category, both out at the same time, as we saw this morning, and then the Junior Max races as well. At the moment, the schedule looking like the finals will start around just after 3:15. If you do need to head off or pop out or do anything, try and take us with you if you can. We will be available on the YouTube app as well here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you do have to hop out, try and make sure that you're back for, as I say, around 3:15 for when all the finals take place here today at Clay Pigeon. I just have a feeling that there's going to be some good ones here today in the Purgo SuperOne Championship. Perfect conditions for spectating. No fog, no rain like we saw at Roura a month ago. It's hard to believe that that round, that heavily weather-affected round, was only a month ago. But believe me, it was. But I say for spectators, it's very nice. It's very sunny. Get the sun cream on. The sun is on. Make sure you're protected from the UV. Hard for the drivers, though. Not many places around this circuit where, as a driver behind the wheel, you get a rest. It's corner after corner after corner after corner, and they're high-speed corners as well, which takes its toll on the body of a driver. And then you put in the heat today. And whilst it will probably get warmer, definitely hope it'll get warmer, but it is a British summer after all. I often find, personally, at this stage of the season, when the weather turns, it's like, oh my goodness, I haven't done this for a few, well, probably 6 months, and the body's not quite used to it. Having said that, our young athletes here in Honda Cadet, far better trained than myself. That's why I'm in the commentary box. And they've headed out on circuit now for their formation lap for heat number 2. So there's Max 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀 racing on the Ambition Motorsport machine. The yellow, black and white helmet that we've seen at the front a lot so far in SuperOne this year in this category. Before things got going here today, had a lead of some 14 points by my calculations ahead of Jensen Walker. Jensen Walker very much the nearest challenger. Took 2 heat wins yesterday. What's going to happen in this one? So the 8 karts on the grid, ready to go. A couple of adjustments just to be made there. The number 50 of Isla Parsons just needed to be pushed back there and back into position. I think we are now ready to go then. Eyes on the lights once again for 7 minutes plus 1 lap here in Honda Cadet for heat number 2. Away they go. Very good start once again from Jensen Walker, as we saw in the first heats this morning. Can Max 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀 respond back? Into Billy's blind they go for the first time. Walker leads from 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀. Looks like Connor Winfield has got through again. We saw that this morning.
The driver with the blue suit and the white helmet already up to 3rd place. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀 shuffled down to 4th. And everybody else filing through. There is a yellow flag out. I think there's been a spinner off towards the back. We'll just try and work out who that was in a short while. It was from the second half of the field. Might have been Charlie White. Yes, it was. The Charlie White in the number 12 will fall, unfortunately, down into 8th place. Walker leads 0.3 of a second ahead of 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who similarly is 0.3 of a second ahead of Conor J. Winfield. So steady starts, good starts for those drivers up in the top 3. Into the hairpin they go, into Hans hairpin. Hit wide from Walker. Oh, and a touch between Walker and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 there. Momentarily, 𝗬𝗏𝗏's kart was up in the air on the front axle. This time, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 looking down the inside into the last corner. That's a bold one, has held it on the inside. Takes the lead of the race. Jenson Walker tried to fight that one round the outside, but just ran out of room, ran out of road. Had to settle for 2nd place at this stage of the race. 5.5 minutes to go, and that's going to offer an opportunity to Conor Winfield. He's got some really good pace in this race. Fastest driver out on circuit, 40.867 at the moment in the number 27 kart. Right in this battle now. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 and Walker, in this order, were able to pull away from the rest of the field. And they do likewise now. It's a big element of Honda Cadet racing. You've got to work together with your race rivals at certain phases of the race and then push for positions later on. So you can lose so much time if you're battling in and amongst it. So impact change going back through there. Walker ahead of 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀. They swap back through. Feel Winfield might need a bit of help from behind. If 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 can join onto the rear bumper of the number 27, give a bit of help and push along. It's top 4 clear of the rest of the field, as Walker confirmed as your new leader. Tommy Climo running in 5th place at the moment. Down the inside goes 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 into the S's. Retakes the lead of the race as I think about defending to the inside, or electing to move back onto the racing line. To another lead change here in Honda Cadet in the 2nd race of the day for this category. Personal bests coming in last time around for the likes of Sullivan and the 2 Climos as well. 3.5 minutes to go into Billy's blind once again. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 and Walker starting to get into a rhythm now, I'd say. Quick check over the shoulder for Jenson Walker there. And now you start to see them stretch their legs ahead of Conor Winfield. Conor's just got to keep pushing on, keep trying to hit every single apex. It's a tough mental game, I think, at the moment, if you're in Conor Winfield's position, because you probably sense that you're being closed on by 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀. It kind of does a bit of a injustice in a way to Conor Winfield's race so far. It's very hard to lead out at the front of a group in this category, all on your own. It's a good spot right now if you're 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 and Walker, because you know that the other driver is up for helping you at the moment and having support in numbers almost. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Over the start line again. Into Billy's blind once more. Down the inside goes 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 to take 3rd place away from Conor Winfield. Good move by 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀. I like that one a lot. There's a shot of Arlo Parsons there. Just a quick moment on the camera. Through the horseshoe they go then. Now, Can Sullivan and Winfield, in this order that they're now on your screen with, Sullivan ahead of Winfield, can they start to close in that gap to Taddy and Walker? At the moment it's 2 seconds. That could come back. That could come back, especially if the two leaders start fighting a bit too early. Into the hairpin they go then. Still Taddy ahead of Walker right now. Taddy just looking once again. We've seen this quite a few times so far this season. Taddy has matured as a driver so much. He's able to lead out these races, stay relaxed, not get too tight, not start panicking and making mistakes. Through into the S as they go once more. There'll be 2 more laps here. Actually, no, there might be 3. Might be 3. We'll see how much time is on the clock as they come out of the final corner. No changes of position further down the order. It's still Tommy Climo and George Climo 5th and 6th. Charlie White has got back through into 7th. 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Parsons continuing to circulate in 8th place. Over the line. There will be some seconds on the clock. Taddy holding position. The lines are neat and tidy at the moment. Doesn't necessarily need to be setting absolute purple lap times at the moment. Now starts to defend a little bit more. Running close, consistent pace. As Walker down the inside as they go through the horseshoe. Taddy left a lane on the inside. That means he holds the inside 4 buttons. That was very well driven by both drivers. Credit to Jensen Walker for having a go. But crucially, Max Taddy carried the speed around the outside. Again, didn't panic. Stayed calm at the wheel. Very good stuff from last year's 4th place driver in the championship. But now he's got to fight really hard. Walker down the inside as they go into the S's. And Walker goes through. Not done yet, though. Opportunities for Taddy to return the favour. Tries to get Walker on the inside line. Tries to do a bit of a switchback. They're going to be side by side once again as they go through the horseshoe. Can Taddy sling it around the inside? No. Walker defends the position well. 2 more corners to go for Jensen Walker in the number 22 kart to take the race win here in Honda Cadet. Oh, they're going to be side by side. Taddy's got to run. They bump again. And Taddy comes through to take the checkered flag ahead of Jensen Walker. Cian Sullivan finishes in 3rd. Another good position for Sullivan. Connor J. Winfield in 4th. Tommy Climo 5th. George Climo just ahead there of Charlie White for 6th. And 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Parsons will come across the line in 8th. There we go. Bit of a dramatic finish there. And it's Taddy ahead of Walker. Sullivan in 3rd. Winfield in 4th. Then the 2 Climos, Charlie White and 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Parsons, will be over the line. There she is in 8th place. I hope you enjoyed that at home. And we'll see the Honda Cadet category back out on circuit later for their final. As I said, the finals kicking off on the current schedule probably around 3:15. So we're very much looking forward to that. We'll get ready though for the next category out on circuit. 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Bambino Heat 2 is next. All right, all set for the second heat for 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Bambino. Freddie Baker has pole position for it, and Oscar Kenny for company on the front row of the grid. James Roots and Albert Farrow on row 2. Chloe McGill and William Crombie start on row number 3. Harris Barber and Chester Fawkes will be looking to move forward again as they did in heat 1 from row number 4. Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell start on row 5. Max Joy and Huxley Dickey completes the 12 karts field there on row number 6. Sun's still out here at Clay Pigeon. It's getting so warm that even the brollies are coming up, but not for rain. for a bit of shade here in Dorset. Great circuit, classic circuit on the British karting scene. A lot of fun has been had here so far this weekend. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday wherever you're watching the live stream from, whether it be here at the circuit or elsewhere back home. As we say, getting ready for our third heat of this second rotation for round number 6 of the Purgo SuperOne Championships. Big thanks to our sponsors, as always, Bell Helmets, JKH and AST Signs. Thank you for their continued support of the championship. Out on the circuit then go the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Oh, bit of an alternative line being struck there. Andrew Mather from DDMM Sports Commentary on for you today. You can join the commentary at @MM across the major social media networks. We'll have highlights, reels from today's racing up on the channel across the course of next week, and a bit of a trip away. If you know your endurance racing calendar, you will know what I'm talking about there. Very much looking forward to what should be a very, very interesting Le Mans 24 Hours next weekend. So that's all to be looked forward to on @MM. But this next race for the 𝗦𝗻𝗻 Bambinos, this has been, I would say, the closest category so far this season. This should be another strong... Oh, is there a problem there for Harris Barber? Harris Barber's going to be out of the race before it's even begun, perhaps, trying to get the engine fired. No, or is Harris going to be back in? Just going to delay the start a moment. Oh, it's a real heart-in-mouth moment for Harris Barber, but we are ready to go. Lights out, racing once again in the 𝗦𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Good start for Oscar Kenny from P2. Will take the early lead of the race. James Roots once again, as we saw in heat number 1. Whoa, down the inside and takes the lead of the race. Does James Roots. A brilliant start from kart number 5, heading into the hairpin then. Mr. Forks looking for some space down the inside. Round winner yesterday, and look out for William Crombie as well in all green. Had a very, very good start to the day in heat number 1. Good day yesterday. Seems to have really, really gained a lot of confidence since the strong result at Rowrah just over a month ago. End of lap number 1 then. Back through comes Freddie Baker to take the lead of the race in the number 92 ahead of James Roots. Oscar Kenny looking down the inside for P2. On James Roots, takes it. Here comes William Crombie though. And just as we say, the confidence, the decision making at the wheel for William Crombie, really good stuff. Retakes second place like we saw earlier on in heat number 1. Read that situation so well, saw Oscar Kenny going for the move on James Roots, thought, yeah, there may be a route down the inside for me, and he took that route down the inside into second place. 5.5 minutes to go. Freddie Baker leads. William Crombie will look to assist the efforts of the number 92 now, to solidify his own position in this race. Through the S's, the leaders go. Chester Forks coming through the field now. That's going past Oscar Kenny for 4th place. In fact, Kenny's lost 2 positions on this lap. James Roots has gone through into 3rd as well. Chloe McGill's having another strong run. Is up in 6th place as William Crombie trying a slightly different line there through the exit of the horseshoe and the approach to Buttons. Freddie Baker continues to lead this race. Changes of position further back. Harris Barber has got through past Chloe McGill for 6th place, or at least was on the line. New fastest lap of the race for William Crombie, 43.289. This is good heads-up driving by these two drivers. You know the threats behind. 2 drivers who've been running very well in the championship so far this season. James Roots was one of the drivers who unfortunately lost their results at Rowra due to technical infringements. Oh, was that a problem for 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗍𝒬𝒐? Yes, it was. The number 26 in 12th place was slow. I think that was coming off of Hans hairpin. The pace of this race at the moment really high. 4 minutes of it to go. Another new fastest lap of the race from William Crombie. But the crucial thing that the timing screens are telling us at the moment is that Baker and Crombie together, working together, a good degree quicker than those behind. 43.104 for Baker last time around. 40.0 as aforementioned for Crombie. But it's looking further back. There's Chester Fawkes now ahead of James Roots. They were in the 43.3s last time around. Over start finish again, and again they pull out another half a second on Chester Fawkes and James Roots behind now. I wonder if in the thoughts of Chester Fawkes, maybe along the lines of James Roots, you're not quick enough there in the number 5. I need to be through into third place to try and catch these two leaders. This lap will be very telling whether that plan is coming to fruition or not. But Baker and Crombie driving so well. Doesn't look very dramatic on screen, but the consistency, the positioning, the speed these two young drivers are carrying through these corners, very impressive indeed. 2.5 minutes to go. 43.3s for both Baker and Crombie. Only 43.6s for Fawkes and Roots. They're not able to do anything about the lead gap. It's only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Change for 8th place. Darren Dimitrov has got ahead of Chloe McGill. Now Freddie Baker starts to stretch the legs. He's had a real upturn in form this weekend, which has been great to see. Always enjoy seeing a driver building up confidence and results across the course of the year. Shows you what this level is all about. It's about learning. It's about growing as a driver. Changes for 8th place again. Chloe McGill has got past Darren Dimitrov once more. Freddie Baker, who equalled a best result of the year so far in heat number 1. That was a 4th place. This is a great opportunity for a first top 3 of the season in that number 92 kart. Could be more. There's still a couple of laps of this one at least to go. It'll be over a minute on the timer as they come over the line, which means 3 more laps. 3 more laps, including this new one that they've just started now. Baker and Crombie. There are Fawkes and Roots, and again, the pace. They're working well together, Fawkes and Roots. They're dropping Oscar Kenny behind, but 44.0s last time around for Fawkes and Roots. These two drivers here putting on quite a show. Baker and Crombie both in the 43.5s. Two laps to go after come round the final corner and go across the start-finish line. Will William Crombie have a go here on this penultimate lap of the race? He's going to just keep going as they are and sort it out on the final lap of the race. I think William Crombie is electing for the latter here, because Billy's Blind is always a good opportunity if you're tucked under the rear axle of a cart ahead. Didn't go for the move. Into the hairpin they go for the penultimate timer. Time runs out. Final lap board will be out next time around. And for Freddie Baker, you've just got to keep calm, keep breathing. Don't panic at this stage of the race, because there is a bit of a gap there. Probably the biggest gap that we've seen between the 92 and the 15 so far in this race. It's a kart length, but it's a kart length that Freddie Baker needs right now. Here we go. This is the big run onto the pit straight. Is William Crombie going to look down the inside? No, thinks better of it. Freddie Baker holds onto the lead and through the exit of Billy's Blind. That's a big overtaking spot. And Freddie Baker has still got P1. This is the big one. Is William Crombie shaping up for a move? Good run off the S's for Freddie Baker. That's another corner ticked off. So close to a first win in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship for 2023 here is Freddie Baker. Round buttons, one more corner to go, but we've seen things be decided coming down to the checkered flag in previous races. Is Freddie Baker going to hold on? I think the 92 is going to hold on. Freddie Baker takes a first race victory in 2023 by 0.086 seconds ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. More good points for 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, a season that is crescendoing in the right direction. Second place for the number 15. Chester Fawkes finishes in third. James Roots is fourth. Harris Barber in fifth. Oscar Kenny sixth. Albert Farrow seventh, ahead of Darren Dimitrov, Chloe McGill and Max Joy, who were all in the top 10. Ollie Little 11th, and 𝗦𝗪𝐿𝐶𝐿𝐶ie comes across the line there in the 26 in 12th place. Well, a lot of support you could hear there on the sidelines. A great victory for Freddie Baker, very well deserved. We'll see the iArmy Bambinos out again later on this afternoon. Next up out on circuit, it's Heat 2 for Micromax. All right, time to go racing once again. Switching back to the Rotax powered categories, Micromax are out next. Jensen Walker, so we've been very busy so far today and has pole position for Heat 2 in Micromax. Cutting Edge Racing will be looking for a good start from pole position. Alongside on that front row is Jensen Sale for Gear Up Racing Team. They've had a very good weekend so far. They've got another driver on row 2 in the shape of Logan Rolfe, Maximilian 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 alongside their fourth on the grid. Arthur Farrow and Achille Nane Giannone start on row 3. It was not good news for Giannone in Heat 1. We'll be looking for a good result here in Heat 2. Alfie Mayer and Sebastian Behrman start on row 4. Jack Baker and Elliot Travis both progressed from row 5 last time. Let's see if they can do the same again here. Benediktas Matsiokas and Harper Das start on the 6th row of the grid. And on row 7 we find Ambition Motorsports drivers on both positions, Sebastian Clark and Amrit Singh Atwal. Kirk Kaplan and Bertie Clarks are on row number 8. Hector Dickey and Leo Livings due on row 9, but as aforementioned, Leo Livings unfortunately out of racing this weekend, had an incident on Friday and sadly has a broken arm. Did speak to Leo yesterday, he's in very good spirits, hopes to be back later in the season, possibly even for fullback. I told him to listen to his doctors and do everything that his parents tell him to hopefully be back on the grid for fullback, and we wish Leo the best of luck. We also wish in a similar regard to Jay Leverton. I don't know if Jay's watching, but another one of our regular drivers here in SuperOne. Unfortunately, he's had a bit of an injury and is not able to be with us here this weekend, so best wishes to Jay and Leo in that regard. Hope to see them back on circuit very, very soon. So set to go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Jensen Walker on the left-hand side of your screen, Jensen Sale on the right, and a few drivers out of position there. Are we going to go around again? There's a couple of drivers asking. Yes, we will go around again. So false start, and we'll have one more formation lap. Quick reminder of the results from heat number 1, available on results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. Maximilian 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was your winner in heat number 1. With this renewed form that the number 61 driver has had the last few weeks, saw him last weekend at Wilton Mill. And if you missed that, or if you missed any of today, all the racing available for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel to watch on demand and free. Ready to go racing then for Micromax Heats number 2. Looking better this time in the tram lines. Away we go. Good start for Jensen Sale. Will lead into turn number 1. Oh, there's a spin there. I think there was that Logan Rolfe going round. Might have been another driver, or at least another driver involved, but I think that was the white and red suit of the number 32, Logan Rolfe, who I'm not seeing at the front of the order here. That's big news, because that's one of our championship contenders. He's had a great season so far. Took round wins at both GYG and Rowra. He's going to have a bit of a fight back here. End of lap number 1 then. Sale leads, and it's Maximilian Eberhardt once again coming through. It's on really, really good form at the moment, is Eberhardt. Another chance here for a race victory. Take a race victory in this heat, and it will be pole position for the final. Tightly taking that corner. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a big dive underneath into the horseshoe. Not this time, on lap 2. It was Logan Rolfe falling down the order. The number 32 is down in 15th place now, side by side between Sale and Eberhardt. Good power, good waft there for Jensen Sale. As, oh, 3 wide into Billy's blind. Is that working? Yes, it is. My goodness, what a move by Jensen Walker. I have a heart in my mouth at the moment, for a moment there. 3 wide into a very quick corner. Very short braking zone into Billy's blind. It tightens very, very quickly on the apex. That's why sometimes we see a few incidents through there. It's a very tricky corner to negotiate an overtake through. Full of confidence there, Jensen Walker. Get through into 3rd place, but Jack Baker's going to come back here and look for a move down into the same corner. He's on the inside, parks it on the apex. Beautifully done by Jack Baker, but runs wide. Walker comes back at him, retakes the position. Elliot Travis is there as well. Has changed for the lead. Eberhardt down the inside, into the hairpin. Has been lucky to pick his moment and goes for it now. Just wonder if he was able to see over his shoulder, see that this group behind is battling. This is a good time, I think, if you're Eberhardt, to take the lead of the race. Switch those positions round, work with Jensen Sale, or continue to work with Jensen Sale, but even though you've switched back and forth, still pull out a gap on the rest of the field. Baker having a go at Walker once again for 3rd place. Needs to get it right off the corner, and again just runs a little bit wide, and Walker cuts to the inside, retakes the spot. Wow, what a stunning opening 3 minutes of this race. Baker's back down the inside, momentarily takes 3rd place, but now has the advantage of the next corner being a left-hander. But Jensen Walker just seems to be able, mid-corner, to hold a really nice line. They're still side by side. Elliot Travis is going to try and get involved in this. Has worked his way up brilliantly in the Boxo kart there from the 5th row of the grid. Is now in 5th place. Now is being attacked by Sebastian Behrman. This is a stunning show being put on again by the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. They have, I try not to be biased, but they have been my favourite class so far this year. I think there's been a problem for Bertie Clark. The number 21 is showing off the lead lap. There is a yellow flag out. This has been a really, really good race so far, wherever we've looked here in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino. Maximilian Eberhardt is starting to stretch out the lead, or was, because now Jensen Sale's coming back. Jack Baker has broken away in 3rd place now. Big couple of laps for Jack Baker. It's going to be very, very hard to close down a 3.5 second gap to the rest of the field, but get some help from behind. Could at least consolidate a very, very good position in this heat and get some more points on the board. Seems to prefer the wider lines on corner exit. Jensen Walker started to close back in and is now pulling Elliot Travis and Sebastian Behrman, and we shouldn't forget Arthur Farrow there at the back of the train. Green helmets, karts number 24. Big lap has just gone in from Eberhardt. New fastest lap of the race there is the number 21 of Bertie Clark. Just pulled over to the side of the road and has got going again. We saw Bertie race in the C50s last season. Fascinating to see how the next couple of laps go with this. Jack Baker has very much been closed in again by Jensen Walker. Wasn't able to break away, but more tellingly for the story of the race to go, it's not just Walker. Travis is there, Behrman is there, Ferro is there. Ian Sebastian Clark, I think, might be trying to get onto the back of this train. There's a battle going on there between 𝗦𝗲𝗃 and 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀. We've also got Logan Rolfe company, who's trying to be on a bit of a damage limitation job at the moment after that spin on the first lap of the race. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Still Maximilian Eberhardt leading this race ahead of Jensen Sale. Finished first and second in the first heat. As down the inside looks Sale into Billy's blind. Can he get it locked down on the run to the S's? No, he can't. So Eberhardt goes back underneath, retakes the lead of the race. Heads up driving once again from both of our leaders here. And that's the thing with the entrance, to get an overtake done into Billy's blind, you have to really commit to the corner. You maybe sometimes have to take a bit more speed through the corner and on the apex than you would on a normal racing line. And the downside of that is you often run wide through the latter part of Billy's blind, leaving a lane on the inside for a driver to nip back down the inside on the approach to the S's. It's a very, very tricky overtake to pull off at any experience level. 10 seconds to go on the clock. The drivers should see the last lap board next time around. So that timer is going to tick over to 0 seconds now, before the drivers get to the start-finish line of what is lap number 11 of the race. No other changes of position to tell you about. Oh, was that Eberhardt was wide there. Eberhardt was wide out of the final corner, and Jensen Sale doesn't even need to get the move done into Billy's blind. It's done before they even get there, and that helps off the corner and into the S's as well. It's a bit of a mistake there from Eberhardt. Can Jensen Sale hold out for this victory? If it ended like this, would be on to the fastest laps from the 2 heats so far for both of these drivers. At least in this race, it's Sale who has the advantage, but there could be a run off the final corner for Maximilian Eberhardt as Sale goes defensive. Are they going to be side by side? Are we going to see another close finish? Oh, contact, and off goes Sale. Oh, into the wall. Very, very hard. He's out of the kart and on his feet, but big contact on the line, to the line. Maximilian Eberhardt takes P1 on the road. Jack Baker P2, Elliot Travis P3, Jensen Walker 4th, Sebastian Behrman in 5th, and poor Jensen Sale is going to tumble all the way down the order to P16. Well, most importantly, I think Jensen is okay. You can see his helmet is off and is just sitting on the wall there. Probably a bit of a shock. That was a hard impact into the barriers on driver's right as they headed down pit straight. And well, good response from the crews here to get that help over to Jensen Sale. And we'll hopefully see Jensen back out later on for the final. A very dramatic finish there to Micromax heat number 2. We'll move on to the next race. I think we'll have a short pause whilst karts are recovered from the circuit. Intermax heat number 2 is next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the second heat of the day for Micromax. And let's have a look at the grid then for Intermax and heat number 2. Brooke Thompson has pole position. Benjamin Lawn alongside on the front row of the grid. Adam Juracek, who won heat number 1, and Max Lovell on row 2. Lucy Lovell and Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 on row number 3. Logan 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 and JJ Plowman will be on the 4th row of the grid. Charlie Benson and Teddy Cooper, who were disqualified, unfortunately, excluded from the timed qualifying early this morning, start on row 5. But we saw them both make good progress in heat number 1 earlier. Adam Turacek took the win in heat number 1 ahead of Rook Thompson. Charlie Benson 3rd, Teddy Cooper 4th, Max Lovell, JJ Plowman 5th and 6th, Logan 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 7th, ahead of Lucy Lovell, Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 and Benjamin Lawn, who unfortunately had a penalty in the first race for jumping the start and gaining an unfair advantage, as it is on my screen. I think the engines are fired for... No, that's not the engines of the Intermax that I'm hearing. That's a generator in the background. Apologies. But you're not missing anything at the moment. The Intermax carts just held to my right. We'll take a short break on the commentary here from DDMM and we'll be back shortly with more racing here at Clay Pigeon.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resisted though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Well, great to see Andy Collison back on the top step of a Purgo SuperOne podium here today at Clay Pigeon for the Rotax 177 class. Andy, we had a brief chat off the podium. Hard work today out there with these hot conditions.
Yeah, very hard work with how hot it is. Good track, but hard and demanding.
A small field, but a quality field nonetheless. Who's really pushed you today?
Bear. We're about half a tenth between me and Bear. We'll go half a tenth quicker and then Bear will go half a tenth quicker. So it's good racing even though it's only a little grid.
You've been combined with the seniors. That means there are some karts ahead of you on the grid. Does that change the thoughts through your mind before and preparing for a race?
You've just got to try and get in front of a few of them to gap the boys behind you to try and pull away.
This circuit is very different kind of circuit to what we've seen so far this season. We've seen a lot of technical tracks, technical sections at GYG and Rowra. How do you find the sweeping curves here at Clay Pigeon?
Yeah, if you don't get that corner right, it does you for the next one. So you need to keep them all right to get a good lap. It's hard.
Tyres has been a big discussion today. Were there any concerns about those going through?
No, the tyres have gone quite well, to be fair. We're happy with how they're performing now.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, you're really starting to stamp your intentions on this championship. More of the same for round number 6?
Yeah, we'll have another go again like we've done today. We've got Bear, that'll be half a tenth, no doubt, if not quicker. So we'll have to carry on how we are. Very good. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today? I'd like to thank Team Tate for the awning and HRS Engine for me engine, and my brothers for helping me out. Very good. Well done, Andy. Another top result. Keep it going, and hope to see you on the top step again tomorrow. Hopefully. Thank you. One last interview. A bit of time just for one quick last interview here at Clay Pigeon with our winner of the Girl Power Award at Clay Pigeon today for her performance in the Honda Cadet category, 𝗲𝗲 Parsons. 𝗲𝗲, another Girl Power Award for you here today, another strong run in Honda Cadets. You're full of smiles, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I am actually.
Talk me through the racing here today. It's been quite different to the last time we talked to you. Quite hot out there today.
Especially under here, it has been very hot. I've been struggling a little, but luckily I have had no spins that have caused me to be very, very behind.
Is this a circuit one you enjoy? It's got a lot of fast corners.
Yes, I really enjoy this circuit. It's really fun and hard, and I like learning hard circuits.
Is this your first time here, or have you been here before for some testing?
This is my first time ever coming here.
What are you thinking you want to work on overnight? Or any particular corners that you think you can find some more speed in?
I think, I'm sorry if I'm not too specific. I think it's the corner near a corner that I'm really fast at. I need to work on it quite a bit.
Very good. And how's the karts feeling this weekend?
My dad and Passion Karting have made it so I'm a little faster, but not too faster that I have an unfair advantage.
Who'd you like to thank for your performance here today?
I'd like to thank Bright Tyres, Eden Auto Spray, and I would also like to thank Passion Karting and SuperOne, because if all of them weren't here and Eden Auto Spray hadn't paid for the engine, I wouldn't be here as fast as I am, and SuperOne's the main reason I'm here getting my Girl Power trophy. Very good. Well done, 𝗲𝗲. Another trophy for the trophy cabinet back home. We'll see you again tomorrow. See you again tomorrow.
Bye, so beautiful.
Welcome back to live pictures here at Clay Pigeon. The good news, Jensen Sale has just been given a few minutes just to be checked over after that incident at the end of the Micromax race. He, at least from my position, looking out the window, it looked fine. He was on his own 2 feet. And the track has now been cleared ahead of the second heat of the day for Intermax. The Intermax field just off to my right. I can see them in dummy grid. Let's just have a very quick ganners through the result from heat number 1. Just to remind you, it's 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀 who took the race win ahead of ROK Thompson, Charlie Benson, Teddy Cooper, 4th place, Max Lovell P5, JJ Plowman P6, Logan Lauder, Lucy Lovell, Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀 and Daniel Lorne. That was the classification order from heat number 1. And the grid for heat number 2, ROK Thompson, Benjamin Lorne, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀, Max Lovell, Lucy Lovell, Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀, Logan Lauder, JJ Plowman, Charlie Benson, Teddy Cooper. That is the 10 karts winning order for heat number 2, determined from timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Out to go the karts then for the formation lap on heat number 2. And it'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers here as, oh, now, who was that just leaving to the left-hand side of the circuit? Was that a technical issue for one of the karts? Yeah, I thought it was ROK Thompson in the number 11. So ROK is going to have to get back up to the front of the order. That's our pole sitter. Was it a technical problem or just a bit of a issue on cold tyres? No, I think that is a technical problem for the number 11. Because number 11 stutters for a moment. I think we're going to go around again. I think there's going to be a false start here, just to see whether there is an opportunity for the grid to be reformed. Apologies, no, I don't think it's the number 11. I think it's the number 16 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶 that is off the back. And Lucy should be starting from the 3rd row of the grid. Apologies, mistaken identity there. So we'll go around again. It'll still be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And yeah, no, there's a technical issue there for 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗍. I think that number 16 kart is going to be out of this race, trying to get going again. That may miss the start of this one. So pace to be controlled now by ROK Thompson. The red, yellow and white karts, number 11 on the left-hand side of your screen. Benjamin Lawn P2. Are we ready for 7 minutes plus 1 lap? Away we go. Very good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. And 𝗬𝗍𝒃 down the inside looking for second place already, and is going to muscle his way through there into second place ahead of the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. Into the hairpin they go for the first time in this one. 𝗬𝗍𝗶𝗍 has been able to get back into this race. It's down to 9th place. The number 27 of Daniel 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗍 has also been shuffled back down through the order, but it's a good start, a clean start for the Intermax runners here at Clay Pigeon for heat number 2, round 6, Purgo SuperOne 2023. ROK Thompson will try and get away from the front of this pack, but has got Adam 𝗬𝗍𝒃 for company, as well as Benjamin Lawn. Down the back straight they go. 𝗬𝗍𝒃's looking down the inside, going for the move, takes the lead of the race. Very good stuff from Adam 𝗬𝗍𝒃. It's getting better and better and better every single time he races on the number 22 kart so far this weekend. And Bishop Motorsport will like that a lot. Over start finish then. New leader confirmed. Adam 𝗬𝗍𝒃 by just over a tenth ahead of ROK Thompson. Teddy Cooper in third. That's a sterling bit of work from Teddy Cooper, already up into third place, having started at the back of the field. And, well, Charlie Benson's there as well, up to P4. That could be quite important, because whilst starting from the back due to disqualifications from time qualifying, Cooper and Benson, you would probably say, are the 2 lead drivers in this category so far in 2023. They are the main championship protagonists. It's a great opportunity for them to get points today, because some of their other rivals, the likes of Josh Parker and Cooper Snedden, aren't present here in Dorset. That won't completely put them out of the championship. They'll be using drop scores today. Thompson looking for a move down the inside. Oh, very lovely stuff from ROK Thompson. Just got Adam 𝗬𝗍𝒃 offline a tiny amount, which opened the door as they went through into the horseshoe. So ROK Thompson, kart number 11, cycles back to the front of the order. Charlie Benson has set the new fastest lap of the race, 37.545. But Teddy Cooper approaching the back of the number 22 now.
was smelling an opportunity of a race victory here. Down the inside of both of them. What a move by Teddy Cooper. Was there a problem for Rook Thompson on the outside? Didn't defend it too hard, but for Teddy Cooper, 2 for the price of 1. Down the inside, brilliantly done through Hans hairpin. Could that be the key move in this race? Lead change will be confirmed. Cooper from 𝗬𝗍cie, who stays in a net position. No gain, no loss. And of course is now ahead of Rook Thompson. Charlie Benson got through as well on that last lap. He's up to 3rd spot. Benjamin Lorne has joined this fight. He's the fastest driver of anyone through sector number 3 last time around. It's a 5-car battle for the lead of the race. Benson down the inside of 𝗬𝗍cie. That's going to open things up for Rook Thompson to try and take 2nd place. Benson fights through into Button's corner they go now. This is very good news for Teddy Cooper. He's going to be able to gallop away at the front of the order now. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Yes, in fact, over 6/10 is now the lead for Cooper over Benson. Then 𝗬𝗍cie, then Thompson, then Lorne. JJ Plowman's not out of this one either. In kart number 17, it's just had a personal best lap time in this race of a 37.9. Look out for the number 17 starting to join the fun. Teddy Cooper pushing hard now, leader of the championship before the start of things here today by some 17 points. Was 3rd yesterday in the final. He's already had a clean sweep so far this season. Did that at round 3. First round of a full weekend at Rowrah. Since then, he's only had 1 race victory. That was in one of the heats yesterday. This could be just the kind of race that gets Teddy Cooper's championship bid. Although, yes, in the lead of the championship, gets it back on track, because we mustn't forget that Charlie Benson had a less than stellar weekend at GYG, but admittedly he was still finding out about the car. Since he's got to grips with the Intermax machine, he's been no lower than 3rd in any of the races before today. Benson and 𝗬𝗍cie trying to work together now with a bit of support from Rook Thompson behind. Can they close in on Teddy Cooper? They were quicker than Cooper last time around, but we're talking less than 1/10 of a second over the course of the lap. Over start finish, end of lap 9, 37.5. That's a big lap. That's a really big lap from Teddy Cooper. It's not the fastest lap of the race, but it is a new personal best, and it's just keeping those behind in the shape of Benson and 𝗬𝗍cie at an arm's length. Just under half a second is the gap now, as down the inside there for 3rd place goes Rook Thompson on Adam 𝗬𝗍cie, gets through. Good move once again by Rook Thompson. The number 11 is up to 3rd place. There'll be 3 more laps to go. Massive lap from Rook Thompson, even with that overtake. New fastest lap of the heat, 37.366. And now the lead is coming down. That was also a big lap from Charlie Benson. New personal best for the driver there on the HTR machine, number 25. Lead is now down. It's had a go into the horseshoe there, and Teddy Cooper was able to hold on. There was nearly contact between the 2 championship leaders. 5 seconds to go. Will they just trip the beam before they get to the line? Yes, they did, but I think that was less than a second this time, but no final lap board this time around. Down the inside, Rook Thompson going for 2nd place on Charlie Benson. Benson holds the outside, holds on to 2nd place, and that I think could be the key moment, because now Teddy Cooper has quite the lead here with 2 laps to go, including this one. Benjamin Lorne still in it as well. It's at the back of this quartet fighting for 2nd place. Take a P5 right now. That would be a really solid result. It would give him a decent grid position, I think, for the final. Final lap board is now out. Here comes 𝗬𝗍cie down the inside, side by side. Pod to pod with Rook Thompson. Rook Thompson tries to fight back.
closing the door. There was 𝗬𝗍𝗍. And Benjamin Lawn's going to have a go now for 4th place. What a great race this has been in Intermax. With Teddy Cooper, he is so close to a race victory here in round number 6. It was all about that double overtake into Hans Hairpin. That was the big moment, and Teddy Cooper takes the win. Very nicely done. 6.5 tenths is his winning margin over Charlie Benson. Adam 𝗬𝗍𝗍 in 3rd, ROK Thompson 4th, Benjamin Lawn 5th. The top 5 covered by 2 seconds after 13 laps. JJ Plowman in 6th, Logan Lauder in 7th, Max Lovell 8th, Daniel Wisniewskis in 9th, and Lucy Lovell comes over the line a lap down in 10th. Well, a really good drive from Teddy Cooper. I get the feeling he needed that. He really needed that to get back on top and take control of things here today, and he's done just that. We'll see the Intermax final later on this afternoon. Very much looking forward to that one. But next out on circuit, we're going to get ready for the next appearance of Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Almost time for Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 to head to the circuit for their second heat of the day. There's 2 classes running out on circuit at once to remember. We'll track both of them across the course of the next 10 minutes or so. Let's have a look at their grid. Tom Patterson has pole position in Senior Rotax. Joe Weaver joins him on the front row, having won the first heat earlier on this morning. Finley Watson and Dan Milner are on row 2. Cameron Crockett and Shane Collinson start on row number 3. Row 4 sees Tom Taylor on it. Had a really good run in the first heat. Look for him fighting through Elliot Thomas alongside on that 4th row. Jamie Bradfield will be looking to bounce back after a disappointing run per se in the first heat. Is on row 5 alongside Jake Richards. Chris Speakman and Harry Pullen start on row number 6. Harry Pullen has not been his weekend at all so far here at Clay Pigeon. Joseph McVeigh and Jason Bear start on the 7th row of the grid. Jason Bear, we should mention, is the top Rotax 177 runner. There's 4 of them. Andy Collinson and Neil Sturmey are the next of those 177s on row 8. And Andy Ward is the 17th and last runner in this joint race between Senior Rotax and Rotax 177, 4th in class. So, a quick reminder of the results from earlier. We'll go by the class classifications as opposed to the overall. It was Weaver who took the Senior Rotax win ahead of Tom Patterson. Finley Watson and Tom Taylor were next up in 3rd and 4th. Dan Milner completed the top 5. Jason Bear took a really good victory in Rotax 177. It was a very close race with Andy Collinson. In the end, it was less than 0.2 of a second between the number 50 of Bear and the number 74 of Collinson. Neil Sturmey was 3rd, ahead of Andy Ward in 4th. Still a beautiful day here in Dorset, here at Clay Pigeon. Birds singing, not a cloud in the sky. No rain, no fog like we had at Rowrah, and perfect conditions for racing. The temperature's not too high as well. There were a few drivers, I think, yesterday who were really being tested by the warm conditions, but sometimes you just need a day of that under your belt, get used to it, and feel a bit better for the next time it comes around. And for these drivers, it's a very quick turnaround indeed, just less than 24 hours. Out go the Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 runners for their formation lap. If you're new to this series, the best way of telling the difference between the Senior Rotaxes and the Rotax 177s, have a look at the number board. You see the number 33 there of Finley Watson. It's a blue background on the number board for the seniors. For the Rotax 177s coming through now, it's green. So the field formed up then for this next heat, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 heat number 2. Away we go. Patterson trying to squeeze Weaver there as they run towards the first proper corner of Billy's Blind. He's held the lead on the inside. The rest of the seniors filing through. The Rotax ones on their way as well. Do the hairpin to go for the first time, side by side there. It's the number 72 of Harry Pullen having a squabble with the 69 of Bruce Speakman. I think there's contact again between the two of them as they go through the horseshoe. I think it's been a strange weekend so far for Harry Pullen, championship leader. Has seen the lead he had at the end of round number 4 very much diminished. Down the inside goes Finley Watson on the scene. Brilliant stuff from Finley Watson. Had a very strong latter half of lap number 1, has now taken the lead. I think Cameron Crockett got through there as well. So Patterson is shuffled down to 3rd and Weaver in 4th. All kinds of squabbles going on behind as well. Dan Milner, I think, has got by past Tom Taylor, who's back up to 5th spot in the number 62. End of lap number 2 then. Finley Watson had a quiet first heat of the day, but took the clean sweep yesterday, so we know that the pace is there for Finley Watson this weekend. Driving for Sate Motorsport. Talked to him yesterday about how important having a team that's got a good track record in recent years around the circuit, how important that is in this very close category. Leading confidently at the moment. See what the pace is like at the end of lap number 3. Quick Rotax 177 update. Andy Collinson leading in that class from Jason Bear, but still very close between the two of them. Less than half a second. There's Finley Watson being recorded as having a new fastest lap of the heat so far. 34.614. Less than 5 minutes on the clock. Joe Weaver there. That's in 4th place. I think he'll be content with this at the moment. Knows, having got a good result in the first heat, doesn't necessarily need to win this one. Just needs to be in a good grid slot for the final. He's doing just that at the moment with this performance. Finley Watson has gone. He has disappeared off the front of this order. This is a very, very impressive performance as Weaver looking for a way past Patterson there for 3rd place. To pull out this kind of gap. Oh, down the inside there. Here comes Milner for a go on Weaver. Weaver holds it around the outside and retains 4th place. For Finley Watson, this is going up there. This is one of the most impressive performances we've seen so far today. Not just to be hitting these fastest laps, but to be doing it on his own. A very, very hard thing to do around this Clay Pigeon circuit. So Weaver's got down the inside, this time a lot further down the inside of Tom Patterson. Takes 3rd place, gestures to Patterson, say, come on, let's work together. There's things to be had up the road in the shape of Cameron Crockett and Finley Watson potentially, but they've got half the race gone so far, 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Still Collinson in the lead in Rotax 177, by the way, 0.3 of a second ahead of Jason Bear. Let's see, he's got a good, had a good initial line into the hairpin, but then lost a bit on the exit. He's now got Tom Taylor in the brightly coloured helmet and suit. Get up there. Tom Taylor trying to get up from 6th place. Another new fastest lap of the race by Finley Watson. There are your Rotax 177 runners. Still Collinson ahead of Bear. Neil Sturmey not completely out of this as well. I think we've had a retirement in the shape of Andy Ward, so sadly for Andy Ward, only 2 and a bit laps in heat number 2. Andy Collinson, another runner with the Sate Motorsports team. He's giving big thanks to Team Tatum and a number of the teams up in the northeast of the country who have helped him out this weekend not just with stuff on track, but off track as well, logistically. Jason Bear racing for Attack Motorsport, having his strongest weekend of the season so far on a circuit that he'll have experienced in other series prior to racing here in SuperOne. Less than 2 minutes to go on the clock. No changes at the front. Still Watson from Crockett Weaver. There has been a change for 10th place in class and overall. Joseph McVeigh has got past Cruz Speakman. Harry Pullen's not going well at all. Down in 13th place. Last of the runners in senior Rotax. That is not something that I was expecting to be saying before this weekend. Neil 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 going through shots. And in third place in Rotax 177 at the moment. Look at Jason Bear. Really is hustling Andy Collinson here. Trying to force Collinson into a mistake, perhaps. Here is your race leader overall and in senior Rotax. Finley Watson is, this weekend, he is really throwing the challenge down to the rest of this field, to the likes of Joe Weaver and to Harry Pullen and to Cameron Crockett as well, to say, what have you got for the rest of this year? First time he's raced in SuperOne. That's why he's designated as a rookie. Putting all of his experience in other series. Oh, here comes Patterson down the inside of Crockett, takes third place. Contact warning has come out for Jamie Bradfield. Jamie Bradfield currently running in 12th position, trying to find a way past Cruz Speakman right now. No final lap board, I should say, out there. There will be 2 more tours of the circuit to go. Finley Watson, 2.2 seconds. You could count that quite easily, but in senior Rotax, that is a huge margin to be having after 12 laps. So this has been one of the most impressive performances of the day, if you ask me. Rotax 177 still as you were. Collinson from Bear and 𝗦𝗍𝗀. Finley Watson, who was third in the first heat. I reckon this result should get him onto the front row. We will have pole position, virtue of a first and second. Patterson will have a second and a third as things stand. And yes, Watson will have a third and a first. But here comes Finley Watson, back on top. Clean sweep yesterday. Third in Heat 1 and a win in Heat 2. A very, very good piece of work from the driver in the number 33. More good points for the reigning champion. Joe Weaver finishes in second. Tom Patterson here for a good run, finishes in third place. Cameron Crockett was your race winner, so that's 1-1 now with Jason Bear, who was in second place. Neil 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀 third. Single retirement in that race being Andy Ward. Well, good stuff again then from the most experienced drivers in this paddock here this weekend. We're going to move on, and the second racing appearance of the day for Junior Rotax is out next. And their grid looks a little bit like this. Jarek Metters will have pole position, Aidan Hassan alongside on the front row. Billy Edgecombe and Charlie Cox on row 2. Milo Manderson and Max Rowley on row 3. Jake Howarth and Daniel Whitfield start on row 4. Kieran Denyer and Callum Ghosh start on row 5. Albert Wilton for Attack Motorsport starts on row 6 alongside Freddie Baker. He was very good in that first race earlier on today. Jake Woods and Emily Cotty will go from row number 7. Finley Underwood and Jasmine Taylor on row number 8. Joseph Murphy and Ben Horner start on row number 9. Before we find JWRs, Jake Flewitt and Finley Patterson on row number 10. Jack Briscoe for Tom Day Racing is on row 11 alongside Logan Cowling racing for Mark Baines Motorsport. Isaac Parkinson and Miles Roby start on the 12th row of the grid. And then, unfortunately, towards the back, we find Jensen Powers in 25th place and Sean Bennett alongside on row 13. Zach Fletcher completes the 27-card field. Thank you for your continued support here today for the Purgo SuperOne Championships. We have got a short delay just for the recovery of at least one kart. Hello to Lewis White. Afternoon, guys at Clay. Wish was there, helping out. Shout out to all the marshals, indeed, our hard-working marshals team. Yeah, very, very good to have your comments coming in. And Keely Parsons saying, what a great racing track Clay Pigeon is. Yeah, it's a lot of drivers' favourites. As I say, it's one that you look at a map at it and you go, looks very simple, but it's a proper driver's challenge here at Clay Pigeon to get everything right. That is the kart of Cruz Speakman, the number 69. That was, I think, a retirement on lap number 13. Of that last race. Big thanks to the series sponsors, Purgo, your title sponsors for SuperOne 2023. Purgo are your cleaning specialists in London, so if you're in that area of the world and you need their services, do give them a shout. ASD Signs, a regular sponsor here at SuperOne, JKH and Bell Helmets, all as well. Thank you to all of those individuals and teams and companies for their sponsorship of the series this year. And if you're new around here as well and you haven't done so already, why not give that subscribe button a press here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you're enjoying the coverage, at @MM across Instagram, Twitter, Facebook and YouTube. If you're enjoying the commentary as well, we'll be having highlights, clips and reels on the Instagram and YouTube pages across the course of the week. After this race, we've got the start of the finals. Well, we'll go through the same order. Bambino C50s, followed by the Honda Cadets, then the 𝗻𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Micromax, Intermax, the joint race between the senior Rotax and Rotax 177 entries, and then Junior Max to finish. So you're watching live coverage of round 6 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Andrew Mather from DDMM on commentary duties for you. Out go the junior Rotax drivers for their formation lap ahead of race 13 on our schedules here. Race 14 on our schedules here today for their second heat. And a reminder of how things looked from race number 1. It was Jarek Metters, local specialist, the Clay superstar, on finishing in P1. It's on pole position for this race as well. Won by 1.2 seconds in the end over 𝗿𝗍𝗀𝗀 and Aidan Hassan, who's not having things all his own way this weekend, having had a perfect run of results through the first 4 rounds of the season. He's going to have to fight even harder to get those P1s, but he is still picking up good points, and it was that same case in race number 1 for Junior Rotax. We are ready to go then, there or thereabouts, for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. It's the last time we'll say that here today at Clay Pigeon. And away we go. Metters at the front of the field. Aidan Hassan having a very quick start there as well, looking for a switchback, but Metters holds it on the exit of the corner, doesn't allow anyone to chop underneath. Retains the lead as they go through the S's for the first time. 𝗿𝗍𝗀𝗀 is up to third place as well. Into the hairpin they go. Tyler Manderson's had a good start in fourth place. Callum Ghosh running about 6th or 7th place there, running wide, having some battles side by side as they go through the horseshoe. A good start, a calculated start, I'd say, there from 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃. There's a fast start over the line as the number 40 is looking to be out of the race. That's Jake Woods. So sadly for Jake Woods, didn't even make the start line. You could see his cart's pulled off to driver's left. Change of lead. Aiden Hassan to the front of the order. This is a big, big race, you feel, for Aiden Hassan. Look at as Tyler Manderson chops down the inside. That was in the battle with Charlie Cox in the number 72. Yes, it was. So Manderson back up to fourth place. These are the kind of weekends that win championships, if you ask me. It's not necessarily the ones where you clean sweep it and you're out ahead of the rest of the field. It's the ones where you're up against it. A bit more of a battle on your hands. It's those wins, or even those third places, as we saw with Hassan earlier on in heat number 1. Really, really gain your points over your rivals who may not be able to do likewise on their own tough days. And the drivers have had tough days so far in this championship. 5 minutes of this race to go. Hassan over the line, end of lap number 3. But 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, 35.540. Billy Edgecombe going with them, who's been on great form so far this weekend. Would have had the win yesterday in the final had it not been for a technical infringement. Some debate over whether it was force majeure or not, but the rules are the rules, unfortunately. Definitely wasn't a case of anything. It was on the track width of the cart, as I was told in the paddock yesterday. Anything engine related. Shows that the power from the number 7 cart has been absolutely spot on so far this weekend. Alan Anderson and Jake Howarth having a good battle over fourth place at the moment. There they are, going through shot. Jake Howarth's got ahead of Charlie Cox recently. There's also been problems, unfortunately, for Logan Cowden and Jack Briscoe. They both look to be out of this race. They join Jake Woods on the sidelines. Aiden Hassan puts in a new fastest lap of the race, 35.241. Just stretches the gap out to 0.3 of a second. As down the inside of Manderson goes Jake Howarth. Good move there by Jake Howarth, up to fourth place. 3.5 minutes on the clock. We're into the second half of the race on time. Another new fastest lap of the race. First driver in this heat under the 35.0 mark. Aiden Hassan 34.923. This is where you really start to see Aiden Hassan in his best form, I'd say, pulling out these gaps. Hammer blow after hammer blow, fast lap after fast lap. None of the rest of the field seem to be able to react to this season in the junior Rotax category. Through Billy's blind go the 3 leaders. Is Billy Edgecombe going to try and find a way past Jarek 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 here, do we think? Closing in on the number 73. It's a tough circuit to pick your overtaking points around. And the other thing to consider for the junior Rotax class, it is our biggest entry, it's our biggest field. It means if you're in Billy Edgecombe's situation, you might play this differently as opposed to some of the other classes where there's lesser entries. The potential loss of getting something wrong is reduced. If you get something wrong in one of these heats, you're going to be starting outside the top 15, maybe even the top 20, leaving yourself, even with a longer race distance in terms of time in a final, you're leaving yourself with a lot of work to do. Having said that, Billy Edgecombe is starting to put the pressure on now. The number 53, fastest lap of the race last time around for Billy Edgecombe, 0.835 seconds. Hasn't been able to find an opportunity to get by Jarek Metters, yes, as they go down into Billy's blind. I don't think either of these drivers also will have completely given up on catching up to Aiden Hassan. Gap is 0.7 of a second now, but another new fastest lap of the race from Aiden Hassan, 34.752 last time around. Changed the position further down the order to report. Kieran Denyer is up to 8th spot, has got past both 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 and Daniel Whitfield. It's good to see for Daniel. It was a tough first race to get a good result. Bounced back well, is in the top 10. Now got Jasmine Taylor closing in. In fact, Taylor's just got through there, so Jasmine Taylor back up into the top 10. But can Billy Edgecombe find a way past Jarek Metters? He's going to have a look into the horseshoe. They'll be side by side off of it. He's got through. Oh, very well done by Billy Edgecombe. That was another one of those. You can't do that kind of move on a day like today where you just get your opponent off the racing line. And it's enough that on corner exit, that's when you get the delta speed. That's when you get the overlap. That's when you get the move done. That was very, very precisely achieved by Billy Edgecombe. You can be happy with that one. Kieran Denny's lost a couple of spots further behind. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 has got through, as has Jasmine Taylor. So that's Gush and Taylor up to 8th and 9th places. Time may just run out here. Yes, it will. Before the drivers get to line. So final lap board is out at the end of lap number 12. Joseph Murphy has also gained a position, got past Finley Patterson for, 19th spot. In fact, I think something has happened to 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 because he's falling down the order quite quickly. He's now emerged in 18th place. And there's also been something there for Finley Underwood and 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 in Junior Rotax, and takes it, probably his easiest victory of the weekend so far, by a full second ahead of Billy Edgecombe. Jarek Metters, again strong, finishes in 3rd. Jake Howarth in 4th, Milo Manderson 5th. And it's top 10s for Charlie Cox, Max Rowley, Kieran Denyer, Jasmine Taylor and Freddie Baker. Daniel Whitfield finishes in 11th place ahead of Albert Wilton. Jake Flewitt, Finley Patterson and Ben Horner are all in the top 15. Isaac Parkinson finishes in 16th ahead of 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, who was running up in the top 10 box. So for Callum, that's an unfortunate bit of news, down into 17th place. But ahead of Miles Roby, Finley Underwood and Zach Fletcher, who complete the top 20. Logan Cowling, Jensen Powers, Dejon Bennett, all finished on the lead lap of the race. Joseph Murphy 1 lap down ahead of 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, and Jack Briscoe 1 did not start as well, which was Jake Woods. And with that, the heat racing is completed here at Clay Pigeon. Now, I actually think we're running quite ahead of schedule, at least the schedule that I saw earlier, because we've just gone past 2:45, and we are now ready to go into our finals. So we'll be back very shortly with the first of those finals. Bambino C50s are up next. Getting ready then for our first final here today at Clay Pigeon. It's going to be the Bambino C50 final for us here in SuperOne. Let's have a look at the grid then for this first final of round number 6. Toby Biggs has pole position for the biggest race of their weekend, and a huge opportunity here to take one of the best results for the number 66 kart this year. Just looking through the results, I think the best results for Toby in a final so far this year is 4th back at round number 1. Joining Toby on the front row of the grid is Rex Pooley, Henry Algar and Eli Scher on row 2. And Eli had an absolutely superb run in the final yesterday. Could it be another top 3 overall for the driver from Scotland? Jack Daniels and Mason Hibbert move down into row number 4. We've got Jesse Bailey and Ollie West on the 4th row of the grid. Ronnie Kempson will be going from the 5th row. Alongside there is Albie J. Stubbs. Harry Chapman has had good pace today, but had a retirement in the 2nd heat, which means Harry starts on the 6th row of the grid alongside Jesse Bailey. Moving through the mid part of the order, we've got Logan Hodgetts and Elliot Payne on row number 7. Passion Motorsports, Ethan Pearson starts on row 8 alongside Ernie Wade. Simon Calmon and Mickey Gonzalez form up the 9th row of the grid. Noah Smith and Louis Wilson start on row number 10. Arlo Atkinson and Mason Muncher starts on row 11. Benjamin Schliever and Oliver Daniels are due on row 12. And then to complete the 25 karts grid is Charlie Gregg on row 13. So a longer race, of course, for these finals. 60 championship points available to the winner as opposed to the 34 in heat racing. Out to go the karts onto their formation lap. Very crucial stage of things to get tyres warm, brakes warm. All these karts, and the C50 powered karts running on treaded tyres. No slicks to be taken advantage of today. Next round's coming up in about a month's time. We'll be at Fullbeck for rounds 7 and 8 of the championship on the weekend of July the 1st and 2nd. Hopefully with more weather like this. We did have a few inclement showers there last year. And then continuing on with the season. We'll get into the run-in through the latter part of the summer. 5th and 6th of August will be at Wilton Mill. And then a few weeks later will be up the road from DDMM HQ at Shennington for rounds 11 and 12. If you still want to get involved, you want to take part and race, head across to the SuperOne website and the SuperOne Facebook page for more details. Grid forming up then, standing start as always for the Bambino C50s. Ready to go for the round 6 final here at Clay Pigeon on Alpha Live. Nervous tension in the air ahead of this one. Ready, looking at those lights, waiting for them to go out. Oh, now was there a jump start from the 2nd row there? It looked like 𝗦𝗲𝗄 moved before the lights went out. But meanwhile, down into turn 1, it's Rex Pooley leading as they go through Billy's blind for the first time. Onto the back straight they come then. Rex Pooley leads the race ahead of Toby Biggs. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 down the inside of Eli Scher there, number 35. The E-plate of Mason Hibbert is coming through. Mason Hibbert's done a lot of overtaking here today. Could be a factor in this race. Top 6 all receiving trophies overall, as well as the top 6 rookies. And we've got a lot of rookies in this one, this being our youngest category of drivers. End of lap number 1 then. Rex Pooley leads, Toby Biggs 2nd. 3 nearly 4 wide in the middle of the pack as they go over the line there. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 in 3rd. Bit of a, I wonder if that might get looked at with the false start. The race getting into a rhythm now. 7 minutes and 45 seconds of it to go. This is another great opportunity for Rex Pooley. He's had a number of really good results in the finals so far this year. Got a group of 3 that have formed at the front. And this is similar to what we saw yesterday, except that Toby Biggs is in the middle between Pooley and 𝗲𝗄, who did a lot of working together in the first, you'd say 80% of the races yesterday. And it meant that both of them were in the top 2 positions at the end of the round 5 final. I think they'll do the same again here. great opportunity for Toby Biggs. Say results so far in finals this season: 4th and 5th at GYG, 9th and 13th back at Rowrah, and then 6th yesterday in the final. Be a big step forward. But 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝐻 going along quite nicely. He's there in 4th place, the red and black kart number 35. Had a very good race in the final yesterday. I watched it from the sidelines. It was hard work. He was on his own for a long part of the race at the front of a pack, not getting much help from behind, and had to just keep his head down to come home in 3rd place, which is exactly what 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 did. Half a look there from Toby Biggs on the race leader, Rex Pooley. There's 6 minutes to go on the clock, so we're into the time period of a normal heat race for our Bambino C50s now. Looking further down the order, not happy to report. Unfortunately, I think there's been a problem for Logan 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Logan has fallen down to the bottom of the order, in 24th place. Plenty of overtaking going on in the midfield. Jack Daniels has got ahead of Mason Hibbert for 6th place. Noah Smith has also swapped spots with Harry Chapman for 8th. Joshua Bailey's up into the top 10 ahead of Ollie West now. And looking further down the order, Jesse Bailey making progress. Simon Kalman also moving up a spot or 2. Now, good news for Logan 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I think it's his transponder issue, because Logan has just hopped back up into 17th place on my timing screen, so he's not out of the race. Logan is still circulating out there on track, and carry on with the rest of the race. Just look at the top 6 of the rookies. So this is if you're on live.alphatimer.co.uk/SuperOne. This is denoted by any driver with a letter R. R for Romeo, R for rookie against their name. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗏, Ronnie Kempson, Jack Daniels currently your top 3 in rookie. Then it's Joshua Bailey, Ollie West and LBJ Stubbs if the race was to finish as it is right now. This is your battle for 8th place, Harry Chapman and Joshua Bailey. Into the horseshoe. Number 96 of LBJ Stubbs is just behind. Hello to Auntie Hanifa as well, who's cheering on Eli from home. So what was great to see yesterday, Eli's dad cheering him on from the sidelines, and the number of well done and congratulations that Eli's dad received from other parents in the C50 paddock. That is something I really like to see. Good camaraderie between the different families racing here in SuperOne. Change for 3rd place actually. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗏𝗏 has got ahead of Henry Algarve down the inside there. That's Joshua Bailey going by past Harry Chapman there. Harry Chapman's going to try and fight around the outside. This may offer an opportunity for LBJ Stubbs to be down the inside. He'll be on the outside now for the next corner. And here comes Mickey Gonzalez, 3 wide as they go into the final corner. As Mickey Gonzalez gained 1 position, 2 positions, 3 positions. What a move by Mickey Gonzalez there. Harry Chapman's not happy at all. And whoop, up the timing order there. 4 positions in 1 lap for Mexico's Mickey Gonzalez. What a piece of driving. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go then. Rex Pooley continues to lead this race. Toby Biggs P2, 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in 3rd spot. Just to go back to that Mickey Gonzalez move, that was all about reading the carts ahead, picking the right line. Very, very impressive driving, considering this category, to be eligible for it, got to be in the year of your 6th birthday up to your 8th birthday and not turned 9. So we could have drivers as young as 5.5 years of age, for example, out there on circuit. You wouldn't know it, considering how maturely our drivers drive here. Here are your 2 leaders, Rex Pooley and Toby Biggs. For 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀, this is a very familiar scenario. This is almost a carbon copy of 24 hours ago. The difference is it's not 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 behind this time. It is the number 66 of Toby Biggs. A minute and a half remaining on the clock. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 in third place yet again, just ahead of 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀. Again, in a very similar position. This is almost a repeat of what we saw yesterday. 𝗦𝗍𝗍's just going to keep the eyes forward, not making any mistakes. Got good pace. A bit more experience now after yesterday's learning. Toby Biggs is looking for a way around the outside of 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 there. More positions to note. Harry Chapman has got past Ollie West for 9th place. Really good run as well for Simon Kalman, who was having some troubles yesterday. But someone's coming through is in 11th place now. Has just got ahead of both Joshua Bailey and LBJ Stubbs. 2 laps to go then. 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 looking to take another final victory here in SuperOne. Took the final yesterday. Took it last time in front of Alpha Live cameras at Rowra in much different conditions. Up in the northwest in the Lake District. Down here in Dorset in the southwest. Can 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 hold on for another lap and a half ahead of Toby Biggs, who's on for a best result of the year so far? 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 might not want to risk too much, but at the end of the day, this is the best opportunity that Toby Biggs has had for a final victory so far in 2023 here in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Drivers are going to see the last lap board this time around, and Toby Biggs, I can almost see with the body language of the kart, I think Toby might be in two minds here. Do I go for it or do I settle for the second place? Defensive to the inside there is 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Going through the S's, this might be an opportunity for Toby Biggs, because if 𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is slower off the corner, could be a chance here. 𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 defends to the inside. Biggs will look to pull up alongside once again as they go towards the horseshoe now. This is a big test of 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀's championship credentials. Can 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 hold on for another final victory to make it 3 final victories in a row? They're going to come around the final corner. Is there going to be a drag race to the line? 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is going to take victory again, and Toby Biggs is going to have a best result of the year so far by taking second. It is 3 round victories in a row for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the 𝗦𝗍𝗀 C50 Bambino category. But you've got to say, driver of the day here in C50s has got to go to Toby Biggs. A first time in the top 3 in a final in 2023, and it's a second place, and he pushed the race leader all the way. 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 finishes in 3rd place. 4th place for 𝗦𝗍𝗀. It'll be another trophy for 𝗦𝗍𝗀, who's also your top rookie. Ronnie Kempson in 5th. Jack Daniels in 6th. A brilliant drive from Mickey Gonzalez, finishes in 7th, gained 4 positions in 1 lap in the middle part of that race. We'll definitely be watching that overtake back. Harry Chapman in 8th, Mason Hibbert in 9th, Joshua Bailey completes the top 10. LBJ Stubbs was 11th, Ollie West 12th. Simon Kalman in 13th place, Mason 𝗦𝗀𝗀 in 14th place, Ernie Wade 15th, Logan Hodgetts 16th, Louis Wilson, Elliot Payne, Arlo Atkinson and Oliver Daniels all in the top 20. 4 drivers off the lead lap. Oh, and unfortunately there is one of them. Ethan Pearson finished 21st in the classification. There is Benjamin Schlever, who broke down on the last lap and will be classified 22nd. Jesse Bailey and Noah Smith also retirements in that race. Well, we will see the 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 C50 Bambino category out next at Fulbeck on the first weekend of July. Very much look forward to having them there. If you want to be part of that grid, head across to the SuperOne website and the Facebook pages, or the Facebook pages, I should say, for more details on how you can enter. Very much looking forward to that. Next up out on circuit, it's the final for the next category, which will be Honda Cadet. Getting ready then for the Honda Cadet final here at Clay Pigeon today. Let's have a look at the grid and how they form up ahead of the final race of the weekend for these drivers. Max Taddy has pole position for Ambition Motorsport and is joined by his close rival across the course of the weekend so far, Cutting Edge Racing's Jensen Walker. Cian Sullivan and Connor Winfield have gone back and forth today over third place, and they're going to do likewise here, at least on the first lap. Could be even more. Good chances for them from the second row of the grid. It's an all-Climo row 3. George ahead of Tommy, 5th and 6th places. And then Charlie White finishes in starts in 7th place. Finished the heats classified in 7th place. So has a spot there on row 4 alongside Passion Karting's Isla Parsons. Keep your comments coming in. I know we've got a good number of you supporting our Honda Cadet drivers here today. Our second final of our Sunday SuperOne coverage here on Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the coverage and you haven't done so already, why not click that subscribe button here on Alpha Live. And if you're enjoying the commentary as well, at @MM across the social media networks. Really does help us out, be able to get more eyes on our young drivers here in SuperOne. So short delay, just so carts from the C50 race that had breakdowns and issues can be recovered. Apart from that, everyone fine and looking good to go racing here for the Honda Cadet final. Finals results so far this year. John Richardson was a double winner back at GYG in the finals for rounds 1 and 2. We had a double winner at Rara as well. That was Max Taddy, and Max Taddy could become a double final winner again, having taken yesterday's round 5 final. Hello to Stu Stretton and Tom Fox. If they're watching this back, I can see Tom busy at work out on circuit as today's photographer, and Stu was with us yesterday. Fantastic work by both of those gentlemen. Do go and check some of it out and buy your pictures and enjoy them to your heart's content. Honda Cadets now out for their formation lap. 8 of them on circuit here at Clay Pigeon. Max Taddy yesterday had to come from the 3rd row of the grid to win the round 5 final. So some may say the task ahead of him is easier than 24 hours ago. I'm sure the team won't be thinking of that or resting on the laurels too much. Jensen Walker has had some very good pace so far this weekend, has pushed them hard. And a slightly longer race as well, you never know. Strange things can happen in a final. 9 minutes are on the clock here, and it will be a standing start. So Max Taddy there, the blue and white Ambition Motorsport machine, has one kart out of position. I think should be Tommy Climo, yes. 4th kart on the row. Or is it 5th kart on the row? Yeah, so yes, the number 85 that's just been talked to at the moment needs to be on the left-hand side of the grid, but is currently formed up behind his brother in the 1803. There we go. That's where number 85 of Tommy Climo needs to be, and that allows the number 12 of Charlie White to then pull into the 4th grid slot on driver's right and take 7th place on the grid. Now I think we're ready. We're ready to go racing here. Not quite. The number 26 just needs to be pushed back a touch, so the whole kart is behind the white line. Now we're ready to go racing in the Honda Cadet final here at Clay Pigeon. Eyes on the lights, away we go. Bit of a slow start for Max Taddy. Jensen Walker's going to have a nose ahead as they go towards Billy's Blind. Jensen Walker leads. Jensen Walker leads as they go through the first couple of bends, but Max Taddy strikes back as they go towards the S's and retakes the lead for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. We are away and running here in the Honda Cadet final, all of them cycling through. Good start for the Clymo brothers. I think they've both got ahead of 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀 in the early stages of this one. So for 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, who started third on the grid, he's going to have to do some overtaking now to get back into that top three. End of lap number 1 then. They are all pretty much still together. It's going to be 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 from Walker. Connor Winfield has had another good start. 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀's trying to already get back up to 4th place. He's taken 5th spot away from Tommy Clymo. Charlie White running there as well in 7th place ahead of Isla Parsons. So into the hairpin they go on lap number 2. Connor Winfield's had a good start here. It's putting Jensen Walker under pressure. Through Button's curve they go. Through the final bend where the front tyres just ache and strain. They don't want to go around the corner. They need to carry as much speed down this long run towards Billy's Blind. That was well done by Max Tuddy. Through the chicane they go. Crucially for Tuddy, he's already got 0.3 of a second as an advantage over Jensen Walker. Walker will want Winfield to go with him and help. Not allow the number 4 to get too far ahead. Change of position confirmed for 5th place. Sullivan ahead of Clymo. Tommy Clymo, that is. 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, I think, is now trying to find a way past George Clymo. Good straight line speed. Want to be noted for number 4. You can just see him pulling away there as they go over start finish. The lap times are very close. Not quite even, but very, very close. 40.773 for Tuddy. 40.831 for Walker. Oh, it's fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, with a bit of assistance from a slipstream ahead. It's Connor Winfield, 40.726. It's been a change for 6th place. Yeah, Tommy Clymo has got back ahead of 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 there. Tough race so far for 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Charlie White's going through the order. This is a very good final so far from Charlie White. Finished 6th in the final yesterday. He's now up to 4th place there. There he is in the Lewis Hamilton replica helmet. Part number 12 with the yellow dashes on it. Big job now for this second group though, because the gap between the front 3 and the rest was 2.5 seconds last time around. Bless you there. That was that I heard in the background. I think it was one of our camera operators. 5.5 minutes to go then. Here are your race leaders who are starting to turn it up now. The pace of the front 2, 40.4 for Max Tuddy, 40.3 for Jensen Walker, and crucially for these two, they have dropped Connor Winfield with a 41.0 last time around. Means it'll be a tough phase of the race now for Connor. He's on his own, has a good gap over those behind, but no help immediately around him, either in the shape of someone pushing him along or a slipstream ahead. Mustn't fall out of the rhythm, that he's quite clearly in there in the cars at the moment in 3rd place. Hasn't had a podium so far, a top 3 podium so far this year. It'd be great to improve on his best result so far in the final of 5th place. That was back at round 1. We went to Wales, the season opener at glan-y-gors. These two drivers have had strong results so far this year. Tuddy and Walker, 1st and 2nd. That's the order they finished yesterday's final in. They also finished the final at Rowrah in the same order. 4 minutes of this race to go. Changes of position to report further down. 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 has got past Tommy Clymo and George Clymo now. He's back up to 5th place. We'll try and set about closing in the gap of, what is it, about 1.1 seconds up to Charlie White in 4th. 5 seconds back now from the race leaders. Looking tough for 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 to match at least the 2nd place that Sullivan got in the final back at round 3. Taddy and Walker, they close out another lap. That was the end of lap number 8. Haven't started fighting yet. They know they've got a job to do here to solidify their positions within this race. Make sure that they don't allow Winfield and White and Sullivan back into the equation of who's going to win round 6 here today at Clay Pigeon for Purgo SuperOne Honda Cadet Championship 2023. And lapping probably about 5 tenths, 6 tenths quicker than Winfield at the moment. Pushing hard. He's actually doing a really good job to not let the lead back to Charlie White diminish too much. It's 1.4 seconds at the moment. 0.3 of a second lost on the last lap. It's okay, it's a loss, but it's not a massive loss, and it's a loss that at that rate I think would give Connor a really good chance of holding on to that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, still at the front, Taddy and Walker here to complete lap number 10. We just keep getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and that is a very good lap from both of them. Taddy 40.172, new fastest lap of the race. Jensen Walker 40.229. One of the things that's really impressed me here in this commentary position so far this year is how Max Taddy has been able to manage these races so far. He's done a lot of leading from the front in Honda Cadet this year. He's always looked very serene at the wheel, quietly getting on with his work here. He just needs to do 3 more laps at least, and he could have another SuperOne win on his hands. But here comes Jensen Walker down the inside. He's been looking for the move. He's been putting in some quick lap times, and Jensen Walker goes through. Now I just wonder, is the tactics in the mind of Jensen Walker at the moment is that they are closing in on Isla Parsons to put a lap on the number 50. Does he want to try and use that as an opportunity to break away from Max Taddy and romp off into the distance? In doing so, needed to be in the lead of the race. Isla Parsons there ahead of them. Max Taddy's coming back. This is where we've said he's strong. Down the straight. It's down the inside again as they go through Billy's blind. It's going to be on the inside and gets back through. Really well done by Max Taddy. Bit of uncertainty, I think, there for Jensen Walker, trying to negotiate a way past the number 50, but here comes Walker back down the inside, responds straight away to the overtake from Max Taddy in the 1st sector, retakes the lead in the 2nd sector. Round the final corner then. 10 seconds on the clock. I think they're just going to come across the line with some time remaining. Yes, they are. 5 seconds. Taddy down the inside as they go through Billy's blind. Still not decided before they get to the S's, and through goes Taddy. There was a tiny touch there with Walker. I think Walker was trying to go around the outside, but Taddy takes the lead of the race. We'll argue he's on the inside there all the way through that sequence of corners. Now, crucially, there is a gap now between Max Taddy and Jensen Walker. Is this the opportunity? Is this the moment where Max Taddy really, really starts to assert his position? Jensen Walker's not happy with it. For me, they were side by side. 0.9 of a second is the gap, and Max Taddy is 1 more lap to complete here at the circuit, where 12 months ago he really made a breakthrough in Honda Cadet racing. Took a step up, and he's just got better and better and better since that moment in round 6 for the 2022 championship. And here in 2023, he's going to take what will be a 4th finals victory in a row. It'll be Max Taddy's 2nd double final victory across a weekend this year. Max Taddy, out of the final corner, is going to win in Honda Cadet at Clay Pigeon and takes victory by 1 second ahead of Jensen Walker. A brilliant drive to 3rd place. Charlie White in the final, in the top 3, ahead of Connor Winfield. It's not a third place, but it is a best final position of the year so far for Connor J. Winfield. Very good driving indeed across the whole day. Cian Sullivan finishes in 5th place ahead of Tommy Climo and George Climo, and Isla Parsons will finish in 8th. There we go. That's another final victory for Max Taddy, and the team will be very, very happy with that as they make the long trip back up to Scotland this evening. 60 points for Max Taddy and his championship bid here this year. Next up out on circuit, this should be a good one. The 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final is up next. Let's check out the grid then for the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final before things get underway for it here at Clay Pigeon. This will be race number 17 in your programme for today. William Crombie has pole position. It's an all RCE front row with Freddie Baker joining their P2 on the grid. Chester Fawkes goes from row 2 in the final today. Joining him on that second row is the number 48 of Oscar Kenny for Passion Karting. James Roots has been in amongst it today. Starts the final from row 3 alongside Harris Barber for RCE. Row 4 is RCE's another RCE driver in the shape of Albert Farrow. Chloe McGill alongside there in P8. Darren Dimitrov and Max Joy complete the top 10. And then it's Ollie Little and Huxley Dickey on row 6. So formation lap underway for the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. It'll be 9 minutes on the clock once again here at Clay Pigeon. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here today on Alpha Live. As we said, next broadcast for SuperOne on Alpha Live will be on the 2nd of July. We'll be at Fullbeck, another classic circuit that's been on the scene for many a year in British karting. And very, very intriguing grid this. William Crombie there on the front row in particular. Was 4th yesterday in the final, but has looked really, really confident today. Freddie Baker as well hasn't started this high up in a final before. We're ready to go racing here in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino. Away they go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for William Crombie. Chester Fawkes is trying to come through there as well from the second row of the grid. Is down the inside, takes the lead. Brilliant stuff from Chester Fawkes. We saw him win the final yesterday, and that was a super start from Chester Fawkes. Brave on the run down to Billy's Blind. Gets ahead of William Crombie, but William Crombie still there in second place. It looks like the number 12 of Harris Barber has had a great start as well. In the white helmet there is up to 3rd place. Really good stuff once again from the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. End of lap number 1. It is going to be Chester Fawkes leading from William Crombie, and Harris Barber, who started 6th on the grid, has halved the number there, down to 3rd place. James Roots is up to 4th as well. Freddie Baker unfortunately fell down 4 positions, but remember, in Heat 2, Freddie Baker was able to come back through the field and score very strongly in the race. He's been able to do some overtakes so far today in the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Chester Fawkes, though, in the familiar position that we've seen the number 38 in so many times so far this year. Took the win, as we say, yesterday. Also had a final win in round 1 and round 3. So actually, when it all works out, hasn't had a finals victory on a Sunday so far this year. We're looking to put that right here today at Clay Pigeon. James Roots stuck it down the inside of Harris Barber. Takes 3rd place as they run into the S's there. It's a group of 6 at the front of the order. Fawkes, Crombie, Roots. Roots now looking down the inside of Crombie for 2nd place. Takes it very, very straightforwardly there, did James Roots. Oscar Kenny and Freddie Baker still in there as well. And Freddie Baker having a look down the inside there for 5th place, trying to move up the order. Yes, and did so. So Freddie Baker gets up into 5th spot. Changes further back as well. Max Joy going past Darren Dimitrov. There's a new fastest lap of the race as well from Freddie Baker. This is what we saw. This is what we saw in heat number 2 in particular from the number 92 kart. It's very much stronger in the second half of the field. And look at this. Freddie Baker now down the inside of James Roots takes 3rd place. So William Crombie had fought back to retake 2nd place. Roots similarly fights back, retakes 3rd ahead of Baker. And once again, the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀 Bambinos putting on a very entertaining race so far here in the final at Clay Pigeon. Oscar Kenny looking for a way through, but hasn't got any help from behind as to slot back into 5th on the road there in the purple and blue number 48 kart. Crucial thing on this lap, and probably the next one, is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, got to get themselves organised. Cannot let Fawkes and Crombie get too far ahead in the narrative of this story. That's what they're doing. They're doing a really good job here. Freddie Baker's coming back. Just closed in to William Crombie. There was about 4/10 between them last time around. You can see visually as they come through the final corner. It is a lot less than that now. In fact, it's a 3-3 situation. End of lap 5. Fawkes, Crombie, Baker. Baker with the new fastest lap of the race, a 43.102. Crucially, that second trio behind, Roots, Kenny, Barber, they were all quicker than the top 2 on that last lap. 5 minutes on the clock then. Mr. Fawkes still leads. William Crombie 2nd, but they've been closed in now, and Freddie Baker's going to go side by side, will be on the outside as they go through buttons. That was a good attempt by Freddie Baker. But Roots, Kenny and Barber, they're back to a 6th. Looking behind as well, Albert Farrow having a great drive as well. Very quick in sector number 2. It's down the inside for 4th place. Goes Oscar Kenny, trying to find a way past James Roots. Wants to move himself up the order side by side between Crombie and Baker as they go through the S's. Crombie able to hold on to 2nd place. Patience required in a race like this. It's one of those where one mistake and a driver could lose a lot very, very quickly. Good scrap going on as well for 8th place. Darren Dimitrov and Max Joy involved in it. Ollie Little in 10th and 𝗦𝗫𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀 rounding out the field at the moment in 11th place. Over start finish. Fawkes, Crombie, Baker working well as the front trio, putting the challenge down to the trio behind of can they get themselves organised and on pace. The pace has dropped a touch. Kenny, Roots and Barber all in the low 44s. Remember, they had been in the low 43s. Still as you were, Fawkes, Crombie and Baker. They know the situation. Even at this young age, they've done so much racing already. They know that now, with 3 minutes to go on the clock, is not the time to start fighting over the lead positions. They're biding their time. They're waiting for the last couple of laps. That's where it'll all be decided. But here comes Freddie Baker. He's got to run on Crombie. He's got to run on Fawkes as well. Oh, what a piece of driving from Freddie Baker. Gets down the inside and goes from 3rd to 1st in one corner. But has that disrupted the rhythm of this front trio? Oh, with the contact there between Fawkes and Crombie as they entered into the horseshoe. Crombie's still on circuit, but he's lost 3rd place now to James Roots. Roots, Barber and Kenny have rejoined the fight, and in fact throw Albert Farrow in there as well. It's 6 versus 1 now as Freddie Baker has had a final win so far this season. And it's only 2.25 minutes away from it. Down the inside goes Crombie, takes 2nd place. They're nearly 3 wide. As through goes Oscar Kenny. They're all ganging up on Chester Fawkes here, who's won so many of these finals, but it's always been on a Saturday so far this year. And all of a sudden, just like that, with 2 minutes on the clock, Chester Forks has been shuffled down to 7th place. For Freddie Baker, though, this won't matter. Hasn't been in the top 3 in a final so far this year. Could win this race, could win this thing. But here comes William Crombie, the driver who inherited the race win, the final win at Rowra for round number 4. Could he reply with a win in a final on the road here at Clay Pigeon? Surely he's going to just push Freddie Baker along now. It's got to be down to the second group for them to get themselves organised and get back in this race for the race win. Just over a minute to go. There's still a number of laps for this to be decided. 44 seconds, 45 seconds is a lap round here at Clay Pigeon. So yeah, there'll be 3 more. Change for third confirmed. Roots now ahead of Crombie. Baker pushing so hard, but carrying the speed well as they go through towards the S's. William Crombie, you've just got to be patient. You've got to pick your mark. There'll be plenty of opportunities to go. And a new personal best last time around won't hurt at all. 43.302. I must say, William Crombie is properly, even if he doesn't win this race, if he finishes second place, William Crombie's pulling himself into the discussion here for this title this year. There was some side-by-side action further back, around 5th or 6th place. 2 more laps to go. There was 9 seconds on the clock as they came over the line. Yes, Harris Barber is up to 4th place now, ahead of Oscar Kenny. Chester Forks, I was half expecting a Chester Forks revival and a fight back through the field, but it's not coming at the moment. Chester Forks is there in 7th place. Here is Harris Barber now down the inside of James Roots, takes 3rd. So Harris Barber is now up to 3rd. There could be quite a few very best results in this final here today. Side by side between Baker and Crombie. They're going to see the last lap board in a few seconds' time. Baker and Crombie side by side as they go over start finish with the power of the number 92. Pulls him alongside, down the inside, potentially into the first corner. Was Crombie there? And Crombie's got through. William Crombie takes the lead of the race. They go through the S's. Crombie's got to defend down the inside now. Into the hairpin. Is it going to be a second finals victory on a Sunday in a row in SuperOne for William Crombie? He's run wide. He's run wide. He's going to be on the inside. 4 buttons. Freddie Baker is not giving this one up. There could be action over the line as well. Is William Crombie going to take it? Is Freddie Baker going to take it? They're going to run to the line. It's side by side over the line. Who's going to get their nose ahead? It's William Crombie. And William Crombie wins in SuperOne at Clay Pigeon on the road. Does not need any post-race investigations this time. And William Crombie is a final winner again. He takes round 6 in the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. What a superb drive and what a superb race as well from Freddie Baker. A best result in a final so far this year for Freddie Baker. Hadn't been higher than 5th before today in a final and finishes in 2nd. James Roots, strong again, was 3rd yesterday in the final, is 3rd again today. That is some good work by James in the number 5 karts. Harris Barber, brilliant run to 4th place in the final. And I think that is a best result on the road in a final so far for Harris this year as well. Very well deserved. Oscar Kenny was 5th. Albert Farrow was 6th. Chester Forks 7th. Max Joy 8th. Darren Dimitrov, Ollie Little, that's your top 10. And 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍 complete the finishers there in the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final. Wow, what a finale that was. And what a race it was throughout the whole thing. Very, very much enjoyed that. We'll see the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos back again at Fullbeck in 4 weeks' time. Meanwhile, we'll get ready for the next race out on circuit. It'll be race 18. It'll be the Micromax final. almost time to go racing for the Rotax categories. Their finals here today. Micromax is up first. Let's have a look. A very intriguing grid for this one. Jack Baker has pole position. Jensen Walker alongside on the front row. Elliot Travis and Sebastian Behrman start on row 2. Logan Rolfe and Alfie Mayer on row number 3. Arthur Farrow and Sebastian Clark will start this race from row number 4. Jensen Sale and Benedictas Matiokas on row 5. Amrit Singh Athwal and Kirk Kaplan on row number 6. Hector Dickey and Bertie Clark on row 7. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 𝗦𝗽ecie and Harper Das on row 8. Leo Livings will not take the start of this race. Unfortunately, Maximilian Abrahart will make it a 17-kart field. There were post-race changes from heat number 2. Abrahart was disqualified, unfortunately, from heat number 2. But has a slot on this final grid, and it's all to play for in the next 9 to 10 minutes. Baker starting for pole position then. Walker alongside the front row and Sebastian Behrman trying to cut through there from the second row of the grid. Baker leads as they go through the first corner. Well defended there on the first lap. I think Elliot Travis has come through the order as well there. Started third on the grid. It's being attacked by Behrman though. Down the inside goes Sebastian Behrman in the blue and green helmets. Kart number 73 takes second place. Logan Rolfe will be hoping for a big result in this one. Had a spin on the first lap of heat number 2 with other championship rivals not at the front of this order. It's a big opportunity for him to get some good points through the first couple of corners. To go here on lap number 2. Jack Baker leads it. Sebastian Behrman there in second place. Out for Jensen Sale in the number 40 kart. Very strongly in heat number 2 before the incident that we saw at the end of the race. Contact warning for the number 22 of Jensen Walker. So Sebastian Behrman running in second place at the moment. Best result in the finals so far this year was third during round 3 back at Rowers. Side by side between Logan Rolfe and Elliot Travis there. That was over third place. I think Travis has got it's fallen down the order here. It's down the inside. Is that number 15 of Alfie Mayer? Yes, it was. Well, a mixed up grid here in the Micromax final. It's quite unpredictable at the moment. I'm just trying to see, has Elliot, I don't think Elliot, and we've gone full course yellow. Elliot Travis has not come through sector number 2, so full course yellow. 7 minutes remaining on the clock here. So Jack Baker leads by 1.5 seconds. And there are your wave yellow flags, so there'll be no overtaking. I'm trying to realise that we're under. And now it's been removed. Okay, so we're back to green now, at least on timing. Maximilian Abrahart sets the new fastest lap of the race, 39.450 seconds. And the yellow flags are still out, so there's a contradiction in the information at the moment. Well, quite clearly you can see the yellow flags are out there on circuit and they take precedence. So we'll ignore live timing for now. Ooh, a bit of a touch there between number 24 of Arthur Farrow and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 and there's a contact further back as drivers are checking up, not realising that the speed of the race is reducing. And I think that's the number 24 of Arthur Farrow out of the race and looking in some discomfort there. So Jack Baker leads the race. And I think drivers in the middle of the pack just didn't realise that the pace was diminishing for the full course yellow, and it all has bunched up in the middle there for a very unfortunate incident. And I think Sebastian Clark has also not come through the second sector. And red flag, yeah, I thought that was coming. So a red flag for the Micromax final with Jack Baker in the lead of it. That's at the end of lap number 4. Sebastian Behrman P2, Alfie Mayer P3. Logan Rolfe in 4th place, Arthur Farrow 5th, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍 6th, Sebastian Clark 7th, Maximilian Aberhart made his way up to 8th place, having started at the back of the order. Benedictas Matsioukas in 9th, Amrit Singh Atwal in 10th, Harper Das in 11th, Kirk Kaplan in 12th, Hector Dickey in 13th, Jensen Sale 14th, Elliot Travis 15th, and Jensen Walker. Hopefully we'll be able to get this race back underway shortly, but there are a couple of carts to be recovered there. And I say we did see one driver, Arthur Farrow, in a bit of discomfort off to drivers left. Well, whilst we're under red flag, we'll take a short break here on the commentary from DDMM. I hope you're enjoying it at @MM across your social media networks for more. We'll take a short break here and be back after a few of these messages here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment. Down the inside. Takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out. Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? Well, it's a beautiful day here at Clay Pigeon and a great day for racing. We're here with our winner in the 𝗏𝗏 C50 Bambinos, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. Rex, big smiles here on the podium today. Another win. You must be very, very pleased.
Yes, I really am pleased.
How was the racing today? You had a lot of close battles out there with 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. You two have been working together a lot today, it seems.
We have, because Henry's basically my teammate in karting.
How long have you been racing with Henry?
About a year.
What's it like having a teammate? Is it something that you work on together? What's it like when it then gets out on circuit?
We work together and we push until we've made a lot of a gap, and at the last lap we battle.
The season's getting to the midway point. It's been a very, very strong year for you. Are you confident that you can keep these results coming in?
Yes.
And who do you want to thank for the victory here today at Clay Pigeon?
𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗃, who's my engine builder, 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗀 for the chassis and all that sort of stuff. Mum and Dad, my nan and my granddad, My brother.
Very good. Well done, Rex. Great win yet again here in Super One. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, we're once again at the podium in Dorset for round 5 of Super One 2023, and we've got our winner in the 𝗦𝗲𝗍 Bambino category. Once again, Chester Fawkes, you're on the top step of the podium. Another very, very good day for you.
Yeah.
Talk me through the race. How did it go for you out there?
So through the races, it was quite hard, but Heat 1, it was quite easy. Heat 2, a bit harder because I had, so in the first heat, it was just me and Oscar battling. And then the third heat, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 started battling in it. And then for the final, me and Oscar managed to break away from the pack. And then last lap, we had a good battle.
It's a very close category again for you this year. How are you finding the racing with the rest of the drivers?
It's different to 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀, I'd say, because 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is a bit easier than 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀.
And jumping back after a bit of a disappointment at round 4, a couple of technical issues beyond your control, how good is it to be back on the top step straight away?
Good.
Going forward to tomorrow, are we confident that we can repeat the same result for round number 6?
Yeah.
Who do you like to thank for your victory here today at Clay Pigeon?
𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, my mechanic and my dad and my mum.
Well done, Chester. Really good stuff again. Great to see you continuing your racing out there. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Well, something a little bit different for us today here on the Saturday podiums. We've got one of our winners from a Sunday round, our winner in the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Bambino final back at Rowrah, William Crombie. William, great to see you here today. Another podium today as well in the final in 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, Bambino, but how did it feel to win the final at Rowrah?
Really good.
Talk me through how your race went back at Rowrah. It was tough conditions on that Sunday.
Yep.
And in terms of racing, how long have you been racing here in Super One?
I don't know.
The kart, the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Bambino machine, is it one that you enjoy driving?
Yeah.
Very good. In terms of the of this circuit here today, how are you finding it at Clay Pigeon?
Really good.
What's your favourite bit of the circuit?
I don't know.
Very good. Looking forward towards tomorrow. Hopefully the weather stays like this. Is the dry conditions something you prefer?
Yeah.
Very good. Who do you like to thank for your victory at Rowrah in round 4?
My dad, Dave, Johnny Velocity.
Well done. Very, very good. Well, great to see you taking that trophy at last for round 4. We'll see you again, William, very, very soon.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Super One Round 6 for 2023 live here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Andrew Mather from DDMM Sports Commentary on commentary duties for you today. You're just rejoining us after the red flag. So 3.5 minutes into the Micromax final. I do believe, and I will happily be corrected by pictures if I'm wrong here, that we are going to recommence the Micromax final with the time remaining. So Jack Baker starts the single file run in the lead of the race. Sebastian Behrman there, P2. Alfie Mayer in a brilliant third place at the moment, ahead of Logan Rolfe, Arthur Farrow, Sebastian Clark, Achille Nane Giannone, Maximilian Eberhardt, Benedict Masiokas and Amrit Singh Latwal. That's your top 10. So we're on the formation lap. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Out of this race. I think Jensen Walker is out of this race. I think Arthur Farrow, apologies, I mentioned he was in there in 5th place. We'll just try and check if the green helmet of the number 24 is back in line.
No, so I think we've lost Arthur Farrow from the running order after the red flag. Back to go racing then, and back to green here at Clay Pigeon. Away we go for the remaining time in this final. Jack Baker leads them through the first couple of corners. Sebastian Behrman there, P2. 𝗦𝗲𝗻 with a great opportunity in front of the Alpha Live cameras once again of getting another good result. He's there in third. So in a way, this almost becomes like a heat race with the remaining time on the clock. Arthur Farrow and Jensen Walker, yes, unfortunately are confirmed not running in this race anymore. Hope they're both okay. We'll let you know any more news as and when we hear it here in the commentary position. But Jack Baker leads this race. Looked comfortable before the red flag. He's now got to set about the job of getting away from the rest of the field again. And that was a good first lap there. That counts as lap number 5 of this final. 0.4 of a second ahead of Sebastian Behrman. Looks like 𝗦𝗲𝗻 is going to come under attack here from 𝗦𝗻𝗍𝗍 𝗦𝗍cie, who had a really torrid start to the day. Had a retirement, doing really well up there in the top 5. Looks like Maximilian Eberhardt has come through as well. So Maximilian Eberhardt up to 4th place. The disappointment of heat number 2 could still get a really good result here. Eberhardt took the final win yesterday. Behrman trying to hold on to 2nd place there ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗻. Eberhardt looking to continue a run of final results being in the top 3. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock remaining. Sebastian Behrman liking the wider lines. We've seen that work for a couple of drivers here at Clay Pigeon. All about corner exit speed, this circuit, in combination with the power that you've got down this portion of the circuit. Behrman trying to defend from 𝗦𝗲𝗻, and 𝗦𝗲𝗻 is going to be down the inside. No, as Behrman holds on, but here comes Eberhardt round the outside. New fastest lap of the race from Jensen Sale, and somehow they're all still in the same order that they were as they went into Billy's Blind. Eberhardt looking down the inside. Oh, Mayer goes for a big one down the inside of Behrman and loses out half a kart length, but no, still holds on to 3rd place. This is all very good though for Jack Baker. The number 17 kart galloping away at the front of the order. Could be on for victory here. Through has got Eberhardt. So Eberhardt takes 3rd place now. Will set about trying to overtake Sebastian Behrman. Keep an eye out for Jensen Sale in this group as well. As I mentioned, was the fastest, or has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 38.953. It's the penultimate kart in this train. Eberhardt down the inside of Behrman. That's a good one, through into 2nd place. Now, is there enough time for Eberhardt, who is fair to say has been the fastest driver here this weekend, if all told? Has he got enough time to close in what was a 1.8 second gap to Jack Baker last time around, or 2 seconds if you were Eberhardt, and he's just put in the fastest lap of the race. That is very good. Jensen Sale down the inside, taking positions. 𝗦𝗲𝗻 shuffled out wide, gets in the dirt, loses out to, I think, Rolf and Giannone as well. Logan Rolf down the inside of Giannone now, takes another position. Logan Rolf, who's having to fight here for Gear Up Racing Team. They've had a tough weekend. There is Sale and Behrman, so that's over 3rd place now. So Rolf will be up to 5th. 1.5 minutes on the clock to go. We saw in front of Alpha Live cameras last weekend as Jensen Sale looks down the inside of Sebastian Behrman. Oh, it's out! Out goes Logan Rolf! Oh, and the damage limitation job has not gone well. Couldn't see whether that was all on his own or whether there was a touch with another kart there, as 𝗦𝗲𝗻 goes down the inside of Giannone. Overtakes everywhere you look in this Micromax final. Well, Baker and Eberhardt went toe-to-toe last weekend in front of Alpha Live cameras in a very entertaining set of races at Wilton Mill. Are they about to do likewise here at Clay Pigeon? Down the inside is Elliot Travis. Looks like he may have a bumper trailing though, so there may be a call coming in on the number 37. We hope not, but pictures don't deceive. On the rear left, the bumper does look loose to me, and we have seen those called earlier in the season. 20 seconds on the clock. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 is pushing so hard here. Might have a chance here, you know. There it is, another new fastest lap of the race, and is 1/4 of a second behind the leader now. Down the inside goes the number 50 of Sebastian Clark. At least I think the... oh, here's the battle for the lead. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 going for the lead against Jack Baker. Jack Baker defends. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 switches back, has to pull out of it. The good potential news for Elliott Travis, yes, it's dislodged, but it's not moving around. The worry would be if there was a loose bumper that could detach itself from the kart, and that would be a concern. Never mind at this moment, though. Final lap board is out. Jack Baker has got to hold on for one more lap here, but he's under attack from Maximilian 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀, looking for a second final win of the year. Jack Baker has only had one race win so far on track here at SuperOne 2023. That was back during round 3. He's not had a finals victory so far in 2023, and he's only 2 corners away from doing so. Through buttons to the final corner, but we've seen drama in this category on the pit straight before. Is Jack Baker going to hold on for victory at Clay Pigeon? Yes, he is. Jack Baker wins in Micromax and takes round 6 of the championship in SuperOne 2023. What a sterling drive by the driver in the number 17, and that is going to be a big boost in the points tonight, from 8th yesterday in the final to take race victory by 0.087 ahead of Maximilian 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀, who fought from the back of the grid. It's another podium. It keeps that run going for 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀 this season. 3rd place for Jensen Sale, 4th for Sebastian Behrman, 5th for Elliott Travis. Great result as well. One of the best of the year for 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 Gnane. Really good to see the number 28 up there in 6th place. Alfie Mayer had some good overtakes in there. Finishes in 7th place. Sebastian Clark in 8th, 9th for Benediktas Masiokas, 10th for 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Gnane, 11th for Harper Das, 12th for 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, 13th for Logan Rolfe. A really tough day for Logan Rolfe. 14th for Kirk Kaplan, and then 2 retirements from before the red flag, Arthur Farrow and Jensen Walker. Wow, what drama we have seen today in Micromax. We'll move on because the Intermax final is out next. Three races to go, and next up we've got the Intermax final. Let's have a look at their grid for this 10-kart finale. Adam Chiricek has pole position for Ambition Motorsport. HDR Racing's Charlie Benson joins him on the front row. Rook Thompson for Momentum Motorsport goes from row 2 alongside JJ Plowman in 4th. Max Lovell and Logan Lauder will be on the 3rd row of the grid. And there we find Benjamin Lawn and Lucy Lovell on row 4. Daniel Wisniewskis and Teddy Cooper complete the 10 runners. And virtually that, I'm just going to go back and check my Heat 2 records. Yes, there was a disqualification in the second heat for Teddy Cooper. Away we go then for the final. Early lead for Charlie Benson. Takes it from the front row of the grid ahead of Adam Chiricek. Charlie Benson looking to build momentum in this championship off the back of Clay Pigeon. We'll be at the halfway stage of the season when we leave Dorset here tonight. Sorry, just catching up on the results. That yes, Teddy Cooper was excluded from the race to Heat 2 result for non-compliance and scrutineering. So scored 0 points. Meaning that that's why number 79 started this race from the back. Charlie Benson continues to lead this race. Adam 𝗦𝗫𝗃 there in second. Thompson has had a great day so far. Is in third. The whole field covered by less than 3 seconds at the moment, including Lucy Lovell. Good to see Lucy's number 16 kart back out. Had some technical problems in the second heat. Charlie Benson's been in this position many times before. He'll look to race manage. He'll be in race management mode probably for the next 6 or 7 laps. Look for some help from Adam 𝗦𝗫𝗃 behind. It's a good run for both of these drivers yesterday. This was the order in which they finished at the round 5 final. They were joined on the podium by Teddy Cooper. Change of position for 6th place. Benjamin Lorne's got ahead of Logan Lauder. That's the number 17, JJ Plowman on your screens. Trying to hold off Max Lovell at the moment. Contact warning for Lucy Lovell. There's the black and yellow kart of Teddy Cooper at the back of this group. Going to have a think about that going down the inside of the 85 with Benjamin Lorne. There's all wide and scruffy there. Max Lovell off the racing line. He's going to lose out to Benjamin Lorne. Six and a half minutes remaining on the clock. New fastest lap of the race from Charlie Benson. It's all wide there for Lovell, and that's the opportunity that Teddy Cooper wanted to easily sweep through into 6th place. JJ Plowman and Benjamin Lorne spotting up there for 4th place. A 1.5 second deficit though to ROK Thompson ahead, and again ROK Thompson driving really well here this weekend. He's keeping the front 2 honest there. 37.9 last time around. New pace coming in from Adam 𝗦𝗫𝗃. Both of the leaders in the 37.6s now. Teddy Cooper confirmed ahead of Max Lovell on your timing. So that's the number 79 up to 6th place now. Plowman and Lorne. Lorne not able to find a way through yet, but might have a go down into Billy's blind. Oh, but it's overshot. Yeah, that's the classic issue with a Billy's blind overtake. It takes so much speed on the initial apex that you run wide, leave the door open for the second phase of the corner. Good attempt nonetheless from Benjamin Lorne. That'll have caught the attention of JJ Plowman. Teddy Cooper joining in the fun here as well. And start finish straight they go then. Benjamin Lorne have another go here into Billy's blind. Nope, thinks better of it this time. New fastest lap of the race from ROK Thompson. That's good pace. On his own, 37.529. The driver in the number 11 as now Lorne down the inside with a bit of help from Teddy Cooper behind. That should be Lorne through into 4th place. But he's going to have to fight now to keep the position from Cooper. Back comes JJ Plowman. Great racing here in Intermax. Benjamin Lorne does indeed take 4th place, but is now not going to have the benefit of the tow down this long straight to Billy's blind. Side by side between Cooper and Plowman. Is Cooper going to go for the move on the next corner? Yeah, and going to hold the inside line as well. Didn't attack too much. Just used the curve, used the line into the corner to actually get the move done on the exit of the corner. That was very heads-up driving from Teddy Cooper. And you see him pointing there, saying, come on, let's keep working together. Let's try and get the next driver ahead. And that driver is Benjamin Lorne. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Here are your 2 leaders, Benson and 𝗬𝗃𝗃, marking each other lap for lap. That was a big one from 𝗬𝗃𝗃 last time around. Took 3/10 out of Charlie Benson. Put in a new fastest lap of the race as well, 37.424. Rotax engines singing in the Dorset countryside here. Still plenty of laps in this race to go. Charlie Benson soaking up the pressure at the moment, doing a good job. He's done so many times for HDR Racing over the last few years. Last year's Mini ROK champion. Down through the middle bit. Through Hans hairpin. One of the changes of position behind to port. Benjamin Lawn doing a really good job to keep Teddy Cooper at bay in their fight for 4th place. Great battle going on for 9th place as well between Lucy Lovell and Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗃. We'll keep an eye on that one on timing as we go through. 2 minutes to go then. Benson and 𝗬𝗃𝗃 clock off another lap. Lap 11 is done. The gap over ROK Thompson is just over 1.5 seconds. Down the inside goes 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗃, overtakes Lucy Lovell, takes 9th spot. Benjamin Lawn has just set a new personal best. I wonder at the moment whether Teddy Cooper's actually just pushing the number 85 along, knowing that scrapping and trying to do it out front is not going to result in a 3rd place today because ROK Thompson is simply too far ahead. Battle's still going on between 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗃 and Lovell. Lovell nearly finding a way back through to retake 9th place, but there it is, confirmed over start finish. 1 minute 10 seconds to go, so there's definitely going to be at least 3 more laps, maybe 4, depending on where they cut the beam. Down the inside goes Lucy Lovell, retakes 9th place off of Daniel 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃's clean overtake into the hairpin there, very nicely done. Benson and 𝗬𝗃𝗃 come over the line then. So they had about 47 seconds on the clock. So yeah, there'll be 3 more after this one. This lap that they've started now, 1 more with about 10 seconds on the clock, and then the extra plus 1 lap. Oh, Lucy Lovell runs wide through Billy's blind, and that offers a chance for Daniel 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 to get back down the inside, retake 9th place. Lovell's going to fight back though. That's where she likes to make the move, into the hairpin. 2 laps in a row makes that same overtake work. Oh, but clips the curb through the horseshoe. May lose a bit of momentum there. Penultimate lap completed, and a couple of really big laps have gone in from Charlie Benson. He's got the lead back up to 0.4 of a second. Well, if Charlie Benson can hold this out, it wasn't a great start by Charlie Benson's standards to the season. It was outside the top 3 in all races in the first 2 rounds of the year when we were in Wales the season opening weekend at glan-y-gors. But since then, second, first, third, first before today. 1 lap remaining, and there's a new fastest lap of the race from Charlie Benson. This could be a 3rd finals victory in a row in Intermax for Charlie Benson. Teddy Cooper down in 5th place at the moment. We'll tally the scores up. I reckon you're going to see Charlie Benson top of the standings tonight as we leave Clay Pigeon. Charlie Benson has 1 more corner to do. It's been a straightforward run relatively for Charlie Benson, but he's going to take another victory. Charlie Benson wins round 6 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Intermax Championship with relative ease, it must be said, over the rest of the competition. Good run from Adam 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗃. Another 2nd place. Really has found his groove this weekend and can be very pleased with the efforts in a big haul of points. 3rd for ROK Thompson. He's on the podium in a final for the first time this season, and that is well deserved because ROK has had some awful luck so far this year, but it has turned good here in round number 6. Very, very pleased to see the number 11 on the podium. Benjamin Lawn, that's a good result for Benjamin as well. 4th place, one of the best final results. In fact, yes, the best final results for Benjamin Lawn so far this season. Teddy Cooper is 5th, JJ Plowman 6th, Max Lovell, Logan Lauder, Lucy Lovell and Daniel 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 completes the 10 runners there in Intermax. Well, a very, very good win again from Charlie Benson, and he really is on the march now here in Intermax. We'll see those drivers again in a month's time at Fullbeck. Round 8 will be here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel with commentary from DDMM. In the meantime, though, let's get ready for the penultimate race of the day. The senior and 177 Rotax categories are out now. Let's have a look at the grid then for the next race. This is the joint final with both Rotax 177 and Senior Rotax. We start with Senior Rotax and Joe Weaver on pole position here today at Clay Pigeon. Finley Watson for St Motorsport joins Weaver on the front row. Tom Patterson and Dan Milner are on row 2. Cameron Crockett and Tom Taylor will be looking for big points hauls from row number 3. And apologies, because we are away and racing for the start of this one in the Senior Rotax final. Good start for Finley Watson. Away go the Rotax 177s as well. 4 of them running in this final. 9 minutes plus 1 lap then to decide who's going to take round number 6 of the seniors for 2023. It's been a fast start, but a clean start so far for the seniors. Finley Watson won the final yesterday, took a clean sweep. He can't do that today, but could be leading the championship at the end of today with a good result here in this final. It's not been a good day for championship rival Harry Pulleneth. Down the inside of Dan Milner goes Joe Weaver, takes second place through Billy's Blind. Now we'll try and set about catching up to the St Motorsport driver in the lead of this race. Side by side between the number 92 there, Tom Patterson and Cameron Crockett. That looked like Crockett was getting the better of that one. Yes, he was, and Crockett is up to 4th. Change in lead in Rotax 177. Jason Bear has come to the front of the order. That's the carts with the green number boards. And just to say that, it swaps back round again. Andy Collinson takes the lead at the end of lap 2 for the other category racing out there on circuit at the moment. Drivers getting themselves into a rhythm then. 12 senior runners with the blue number plates, all covered by less than 3.5 seconds at the moment. There are your 4 Rotax 177 runners in the second half of the field. I'm feeling everyone's just biding their time at the moment. Collinson is breaking away from Jason Bear up ahead. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Finley Watson, 34.532. Very, very good run from Finley Watson so far. There is Andy Collinson, dark blue in the fuchsia suit, won yesterday's final. Talk to us about the difficulties of that final. Be even more profound, I think, at the end of a long weekend here at Clay Pigeon. It's been good weather, but it's been hot weather. It's been hard at the wheel. A circuit that punishes the driver. It's not a perfect flat billiard table like a Formula 1 track. This is a proper racer's track. You've got to be smooth. You've got to be compliant with the curbs and the bumps around this track. Exactly what these drivers have done so far this weekend. So if we're talking about a rough circuit that really punishes the driver and gives a driver a real challenge to get the last tenths of performance out. Join us in a month's time when we're at Fullbeck for round number 8 of this championship on the Alpha Live social media network. Very much looking forward to that one. Finley Watson, though, leads this race. This is starting to come under pressure from Joe Weaver. Well, Joe Weaver's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 34.337. There it is. Looks like Tom Patterson has also got back past Cameron Crockett. So we saw those two drivers swapping positions in the early stages of this race. Now they've swapped them back again. Patterson takes that spot on lap number 6. We're on lap number 7 now. There's number 37 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀. It's the fight for third place with Andy Ward in the number 8. Third place in class, I should say, in Rotax 177. Score in the background there, third place in seniors and overall. Dan Milner, great to have Dan here. Was fourth in the final yesterday. He's had a really good weekend. Could be on for a podium. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support of all of our drivers. So to Andy, who's going to be keenly watching this fight at the front of the order between Finlay Watson and Joe Weaver. So it was a big lap last time around. Adjustment on the radiator flap there from Joe Weaver. Just wants to get a bit more cool air into the Rotax machinery. Lost a touch, but we're talking a 100th of a second last time around to Finlay Watson. One of those finals that's just simmering away at the moment. I don't think it's properly started yet. That's not to say that it won't explode in the last 2 laps once we get to that stage of the race. For now, everyone's just trying to keep themselves in it. Another new fastest lap of the race from Joe Weaver, so those adjustments worked. 34.202. Took a 1/10.5 out of Finlay Watson last time around, and you could see him getting closer and closer and closer on that JWR machine. Through the horseshoe once again. No other. Oh, and there's a situation between that was Harry Pullen. Harry Pullen in the 72 and Joseph McMahon in the 74 have had a coming together down at Hans Hairpin, and the championship leader before the start of things here today is in a real trouble now. Hope he's okay. He was hopping away from the carts there, was Harry. He is out of this race, and that is not good for Harry Pullen's championship hopes here in this senior Rotax category. No changes of position for the Rotax 177s, just to mention them. Collinson and Bear and Sturmey and Ward, 1, 2, 3, 4 as they were. The thumbs up that, yeah, everybody is okay down there. We have gone full course yellow, have we not? We have 2.5 minutes. Yeah, both drivers walking unaided. That's good to see. Don't like to see 2 carts locked together. And they've both been able to pull their carts off to driver's left, away from the circuit. But the Battenberg flags are out for a full course yellow. Now this really does make the last 2 minutes of this race very interesting. I said that it was going to have some spice at the end of it, because now the whole field is going to be bunched up and we're going to have a 3, maybe 4 lap sprint. Will we get the green this time around? Nope, we're going to go and do 1 more lap of safety car, or pace carts driving, and Finlay Watson effectively is that pace cart at the moment. But instead of just having Joe Weaver behind him, he's now got Dan Milner there in 3rd, Tom Patterson in 4th, 5th, Cameron Crockett, Tom Taylor running well again up there in 6th place. Shane Collinson 7th, Jake Richards in the luminous green in 8th, Jamie Bradfield and Elliot Thomas. It also mix up things in the Rotax 177s. They're all together now as well, and potentially going to be tripping over senior carts ahead of them. Are we good to go then? I think we are. Back to green then, and away we go. Can Finlay Watson hold on at the front of this order for just under 60 seconds? There is a yellow flag out again. Now we're back to green. Joe Weaver's also got to think about defending and attacking at the same time. This is going to be one of those risk versus reward scenarios right now. Jason Bear is taking the lead away from Andy Collinson off the restart, it would seem. 2 more laps then. Finlay Watson did a really good job on that restart. Got 3.5 tenths over the opposition. Can Joe Weaver find something? It's got to be on this lap, I feel. If Joe Weaver can find something on this lap, close up that gap and then be in a position to have a go on the last lap, that could be his best opportunity of a race win. Still yet to be decided as well for third place. Milner, Crockett, Patterson, Taylor, they're all in there. They all want that last spot on the podium. This has been a good lap for Joe Weaver. He's closed in that gap visually, but how much by? Adjustment on the radiator flap there. He's not going to be close enough to have a go here on the final lap down into the Billies. But here Finley Watson starts to defend. That's going to naturally close the gap up. Through the S as they go. Still Watson ahead of Weaver. Milner still holding on to third place there in the number 62, but he's having to work really, really hard from it. The attentions of Crockett and Patterson behind, but they're holding each other up. That's going to be a good moment for Dan Milner. That may be third place sewn up, but can Finley Watson hold on here at Clay Pigeon to make it 2 wins from 2 in finals this weekend in Senior Rotax? Yes, he can, and he takes the championship lead. Finley Watson wins at Clay Pigeon again in the Senior Rotax final, and Andy Collington also takes race victory in Rotax 177. He takes it by a mere 10th.5 over Jason Bear in second. Andy Ward takes third. That's the first podium of the year in Rotax 177 for Andy Ward. But it's Watson from Weaver and Dan Milner fighting there to keep hold of third place after that restart. Very good indeed. A very, very strong Senior Rotax final. Well, there we go. Once again, we will see both of those classes in action in 4 weeks' time when we'll be at Fullbeck for rounds 7 and 8. Do hope you can join us for that one. But we're going to get ready for our final race of the day, our final race of the weekend. The Junior Rotax final is up next.
Registration plate NL62KDZ, that's a Nissan NL62KDZ, and a Ford Puma WM72LJJ, Ford Puma WM72LJJ. Those two vehicles that are parked over near the Emporium next to the hotel. If you could move.
Well, we're back at the podium once again, this time with our winner in Intermax HTR Racing's Charlie Benson. Charlie, back on the top step once again here in SuperOne. Ran a good conditions, but tough conditions nonetheless here at Clay Pigeon. A very physical day out there.
Yeah, it was hard because of the temperature. It was so hot. We had to make strategies just to make it cooler and stuff.
I suspect tyres are a big concern around here on a day like today. They were brand spanking new first thing this morning. Was there any kind of management that you had to do with those across the course of the day?
You just had to try not to skid and overheat them. It was hard, but yeah, you just try not to overheat them.
Here we go then, last race of the day here at Clay Pigeon, last race of the weekend. It is the Junior Rotax final. It's our biggest grid of the day, so let's have a look through how it's going to shape up in the early stages of this one. Jarek Metters has pole position ahead of Aidan Hassan, looking to extend his championship lead here today. There on the front row. Billy Edgecombe and Jake Howarth will go from row 2. Billy Edgecombe looking to bounce back from the disappointment yesterday where he had the win on the road, but a technical irregularity meant he was disqualified. Has a good chance here today, if you ask me. Milo Manderson and Charlie Cox, they will go from the third row of the grid. Kieran Denyer and Jasmine Taylor are there on row 4. Both of them have had very, very good heats, been able to transfer their way through
some of the positions. We know they can both overtake. They could do something there from 7th and 8th on the grid. Albert Wilton for Attack Motorsport is joined by Freddie Baker on row 5. Callum Ghosh and Jake Flewitt both go from the 6th row of the grid. Ghosh had an incident towards the end of heat number 2, so he'll be looking to improve from there. Ben Horner and Finley Patterson are on row 7. Max Rowley for Tom Day Racing and Finley Underwood start on row 5. BL Racing's Daniel Whitfield and Isaac Parkinson run on row number 9. Emily Cotty and Jack Briscoe will go from the 10th row of the grid inside the top 20 there. Joseph Murphy has work to do from row 11 alongside Miles Roby. Jake Woods also has work to do, had a retirement from Heat 2 even before it begun. And we'll start this one from row 12 alongside Logan Cowling for Mark Baines Motorsport. Row 13 sees Zach Fletcher on it and DeJean Bennett. And we'll start in 25th and 26th positions, and Jensen Powers completes the 27 scheduled runners in this one for the round 6 Junior Max final for the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships 2023. Big thanks to our sponsors, to Purgo themselves, title sponsors of the championship this year, AST Signs, JKH and Bell Helmets. And thank you to all of you at home as well for supporting the championship, for watching the stream here today on Alpha Live. If you're just joining us and you don't mind clicking that subscribe button and that like button, that would really, really help out. Engines firing, carts moving from dummy grid then. Formation lap underway for the Junior Rotax final. So biggest grid of the day, 26 carts out of circuit, so I think we've got one potential locked starter. Unless someone's transponder's having a bit of a moment. Very, very hard to call this one. On results so far this season, you'd be well positioned to say, well, surely Aiden Hassan is the favourite to win, but Jarek Metters is a local. He knows this place very, very well. He's had good speed, very good speed across the course of today, and will fancy himself from that position, pole position on the grid. Ready to go then, one last time here at Clay Pigeon for round 6 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Who's going to be the winner here in Junior Rotax? Away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a very even start for those on the front row. There's colliding and off goes Metters. Wide goes Hassan, and through, I think, came Billy Edgecombe. Well, it was and there's more chaos as they go through the S's. This is potentially going to be at least a full course yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts involved. It is madness out there in the Junior Rotax final. That all looked to be, it was a very, very aggressive squeeze from Hassan across on Metters into turn 1, and they just both misjudged it. There is Billy Edgecombe leading the race. What an opportunity this is. Out is the number 99 there of Finley Underwood. I think Max Rowley, Daniel Whitfield, Miles Roby, Zach Fletcher all in trouble on that first lap, but what an opportunity this is now. Billy Edgecombe hasn't had a race victory in a final that he's been able to keep so far this season. Aiden Hassan hasn't been defeated in a final so far this season. He's down in 7th place at the moment. And Metters, such promise in the early stages of this race, is out. Down in 25th place. Charlie Cox is up in 2nd place as well. We've not mentioned that. Kieran Denyer. We said that Kieran Denyer had a chance here. Was able to pick his way through some of the order. He's up to 3rd place, but is now being attacked by... Sorry, no, that's Freddie Baker being attacked by Jake Howarth. That's a change for 4th place. Mechanical flag, the meatball flag for the number 33. So Max Rowley is unfortunately going to have to effectively retire from this race. My oh my, what a lot we have seen in the first couple of minutes here in this Junior Rotax final. Down the inside of the number 15, that's Freddie Baker losing out to Aiden Hassan there. You've got to think for these drivers ahead, they've got to take this opportunity, because Hassan is going to come flying through. Oh, round the outside. That is outrageous from Aiden Hassan.
And he goes by past the number 15 of Freddie Baker there. I think Kieran Denny's lost out in all of that as well. 6.5 minutes. How are you feeling right now if you're Billy Edgecombe at the front of this order? The lead is nearly a second. That's the good bit. The bad bit of news is that the championship rival has now got through a good number of the order, but that is a very good lap from Billy Edgecombe. It's at 35.5. This, if he's going to win this race, this is when he's got to do it. It's in these early stages of the number 36 of Jake Fluitt's trying to fight by past Kieran Denyer there. 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 was in amongst it as well. Well, in a way, this is why we leave the junior Rotax races to the end of each rotation, because more often than not, we get an absolute barnstormer in the midfield normally for junior Rotax, but differently today, we've got one at the front of the order with the mixed up grid. Another new fastest lap of the race from Billy Edgecombe. That is what he needs to do. 35.276. He's got the lead out to over a second now, and he's throwing the gauntlet down to Cox and Howarth and Hassan to chase him down. 5.5 minutes to go. 2 positions gained by Milo Manderson on that last lap, so look out for the number 82 trying to come back through the field. Hassan now starting to build at the pace. Well, if there was any damage from that first lap contact with Garrick Metters, it's not affecting the pace. 35.113 for Hassan in relatively clean air now. Interesting to see how Hassan plays tactical game once he catches up to Jake Howarth, which on current rate is going to be about in a lap and a half, you'd imagine. In fact, it's going to be now. Does he push Jake Howarth or does he try and get on by? There is your race leader, Billy Edgecombe. Charlie Cox there in second place as well. What an opportunity this is for Charlie Cox, who has not had a podium so far this season in a final. Remarkably, no other changes of position down through the order on that previous lap. At end of lap number 8, 35.0 for Edgecombe. Here comes Aidan Hassan, looking for third place. Down the inside of Jake Howarth, takes third place. Jake Howarth also thinking, might be a good thing actually to have a bit of a toe off the back of the number 1 at this stage of the race. Could be the best opportunity for Jake Howarth to close up to Charlie Cox and gain a position through that phase of play. But they've got to catch up to the number 72 first. Cox running on the red speed chassis. Started this race from 6th on the grid. Has a 1.2 second advantage, but for Billy Edgecombe, this is very impressive. This is really, really impressive for Billy Edgecombe. Now he's fired up after yesterday's disappointment, and he's showing it out here on circuit. He is grabbing this opportunity with both hands. Down the inside, 𝗦𝗃𝗀𝗃 on Freddie Baker. That's for 5th place. Hassan starting to pull away from Howarth now. A lot of time has gone already in this race. 6 minutes gone, 3 to go, and the +1 lap, but a new fastest lap of the race there from Aidan Hassan, 34.852. But also in the 34.8s is your race leader. So at that rate, Billy Edgecombe has got control of this. It's all a question now of can Charlie Cox... oh no, out is Howarth! Jake Howarth is out and he's absolutely furious. A wonderful opportunity for great points in the championship. He kicks the cart. He cannot believe it. Jake Howarth is out of this race. Well, he's been on the podium in the final for the last 2 rounds, but he's going to tumble down the order now. And as we've said before in Junior Rotax, because it's such a big grid, to get those points, you've got to get to the end of races. And sadly for Jake Howarth, the JWR crew, they are out of this one. Milo Manderson, you see him there with the M on the side of his helmet. To 9th place now. Here's your fight for 2nd place. Aidan Hassan trying to find a way. At the moment, Momentum Motorsport shod carts running 1-2 on the road. a great result that would be for them. A new fastest lap of the race from Aiden Hassan is down into the 34.6s, but to be clear, that rate is quick pace, but the rate at which he's catching is down the inside he goes of Charlie Cox, takes second place. Don't think there's enough time here for Aiden Hassan, even a driver of his capabilities and talents, to close an over 2.5 second gap to Billy Edgecombe up ahead. One minute and 15 on the clock. Still quite a few laps of this race to go because it's a short lap here. Joseph Murphy, I think something's happened to Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker falling down the order now, so another one of our front runners. Freddie Baker is out of this race. He's going to fall outside the top 20. That is another gutting moment for a driver who deserved a lot more here today. 40 seconds on the clock. Billy Edgecombe in control. Thoughts of what happened yesterday when he had P1 on the road, then had a technical irregularity which saw the win stripped away. That be playing on his mind at the moment. But he has been quick today. He's been quick all weekend. This has been a step up from Billy Edgecombe, and if someone is to take the title challenge to Aiden Hassan in 2023, I think you're looking at that driver right now. With 2 more laps, there's a waved yellow down into Billy's blind. Gap is 2.7 seconds for the race leader. Through Hans Hairpin for the penultimate time. I really do hope that there's no technical irregularities on the number 7 kart today, because this would be a very, very well-deserved victory for Billy Edgecombe. One more lap for Billy Edgecombe to break the winning streak in finals of Aiden Hassan, take his first final victory this year in SuperOne, and has applied himself very, very well today. It's been a difficult night after yesterday's disappointments, as we mentioned, but this is how you do it. This is how you come back. There's a little thumbs up there to support on the side. Round the final corner, Billy Edgecombe is going to win round 6 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championships in Junior Rotax and takes a very well-deserved victory by 2.1 seconds over Aiden Hassan, who recovers onto the podium after that incident on the first corner. Charlie Cox is on the podium for the first time in a final this year. A brilliant drive from both those Momentum Motorsport drivers. They will be a very, very happy camp here tonight. Callum Ghosh finishes in 4th place. That's one of the top results he's had so far this year in a final. Jake Flewitt recovers through into 5th place. Jasmine Taylor 6th. These are all drivers who will be pretty pleased, I think, with their hauls from Dorset here today. Milo Manderson recovers to 7th. Albert Wilton will be delighted with a top 10 for Attack Motorsport. Kieran Denyer and Jack Briscoe also in the top 10. Jack coming from a long way down after a difficult qualifying. That is a well-deserved and top rookie. So Jack Briscoe is your top rookie here today. Emily Cotty in 11th. Joseph Murphy 12th. Jake Woods from the back of the grid recovers to 13th. 14th for Ben Horner, 2nd of the rookies. 3rd in the rookie subcategory and 15th overall for Logan Cowling. Finley Patterson in 16th. Jensen Powers, Miles Robbie, Zach Fletcher and DeJean Bennett all finished inside the top 20. Quite a few retirements in that race though. Freddie Baker, Jake Howarth, Daniel Whitfield, Max Rowley, Jarek Metters and Finley Underwood all did not see the checkered flag. Wow. With that, we complete our racing here today at Clay Pigeon for round 6 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championships. Do hope you've enjoyed it. If you've not quite got the drift yet, the next time we are back is in 4 weeks' time, where we'll be at Fullbeck, up in the north of the country. And we'll be doing all of this all over again for round 8 of the championship. A few thanks before we go. Our team here today for the Alpha Live broadcast: Matt Sears, Molly Heathcote, Jessica Taylor out on the cameras. Luke Woodford, our producer, but I must give special thanks to our runner and my main man, Adam Chapman. This is the last gig that we will do together with Adam as a full-time member of Alpha Live, and I just want to say, mate, thank you very much for all your help and assistance over the last couple of years. It's been a genuine pleasure and a lot of fun working with you, and I know you're going to be absolutely amazing in your new line, your new venture at Williams Esports, and I know you'll be back as well for a bit of camera operating on the side. So big thanks to Adam there. Big thanks to all the team down here, the marshals, and all the staff here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Always enjoy coming down here for a day at Clay Pigeon, especially when the weather's like this as well. So thanks to all the teams there. Thank you to John Hoyle and the whole team from SuperOne for another great event. Very much looking forward to the next one, as I say, at Fullbeck in 4 weeks' time. And thank you to all of you at home and around the circuit watching, interacting with the stream. Hope you've enjoyed it. And hope to see you again very, very soon for more. And if you have missed any of today, don't worry, you can watch it back here on the Alpha Live channel. That's all we've got time for, folks. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Hope you've enjoyed round 6 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. My name's been Andrew Mallory. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, keep an eye out for some pretty cool stuff across the course of the next week. For now, though, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Have a good evening, and goodbye.
Well, hello everybody, good morning, and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aiden Hassan's resistant though. Aiden Hassan is going to win round 12.